Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Ways and Means adjourn debate on question.
Now, the question is, as on the order paper, I now call the Shadow Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to open this day of the budget debate with you in the chair for what will be my last contribution as Shadow Chancellor, something I'm aware may be a relief to the benches in front of me and possibly behind as well. Yesterday's budget was the biggest tax-raising budget in British history. It was a huge tax on business and takes our tax burden up to German levels for the first time. After the pandemic, the previous government also put up taxes, but we started to bring them down because higher tax leads to lower growth. Indeed, the OBR said yesterday's 40 billion of tax rises would lead to lower pay, lower living standards, higher prices and more expensive mortgages. Without remorse and without hesitation, a triumphalist government has ripped up the pre-election promises they made in the biggest ever assault on our economic competitiveness since the 1970s. And let's look at the promises cast aside so casually. The Chancellor said she wouldn't change the debt target because, her words, I'm not going to try to fiddle the figures or make something different to get better results. Yesterday she did exactly that. In May, the Chancellor said Labour policy will be fully funded and fully costed, no ifs, no ands, no buts, no additional tax rises. A total of 30 times this year, she promised not to do exactly what she did yesterday. She even said she wanted to bring the burden of tax down. Ordinary families, small businesses and working people believed her. Yesterday they were betrayed. And it went further. When we said in the election taxes would go up by £2,000 per household over 4 years, the Prime Minister accused the Leader of the Opposition of a deliberate lie. 3 months on, they'll not go up by £2,000 over 4 years, they'll go up by £2,000 every year. Paul Johnson said it was a straightforward breach of a manifesto commitment. And today the IFS said the continued pretence that these changes will not affect working people risks further undermining trust. The OBR said 76% of the impact of the national insurance rise will be passed through to lower wages. And because they planned this all along, we now know why they rushed so fast to concoct the fiction of a black hole, something that was not corroborated by the OBR yesterday, not just as cover to raise national insurance, but countless other taxes on working people. Capital gains tax up, energy taxes up, stamp duty up, taxes on family farms up, something we will oppose for the sake of farmers up and down the country. Working people whose wages the Chancellor promised to protect will see them go down. Businesses whose profits fund new investment will see them raided. Markets to whom she promised stability are absorbing the biggest tax and spend budget in a generation. And all of us on the outside are left wondering which is worse, the damage to the economy or the damage to trust. I will happily give way.
I don't think there's one person in this side of the chamber, and I think, if I be honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, one person who represents a farming community in the far side of the chamber aren't concerned about the inheritance tax. It's universally as condemned by all the farmers that I've spoken to, and I live in a farming community. The National Farmers Union, the Ulster Farmers Union, everyone are up in arms about this inheritance tax. £1 million draws everybody almost into that scheme, and because of that, it has to be voted against. I'm sorry to look at people in the far side of the chamber. Guys, you've got it wrong, and at this time you will be condemned. And when it comes to election time, the people who you have hurt will be the people who will remember.
Mr. Shannon, but Jeremy.
Well, thank you. I'm going to say my honourable friend, because you are a great friend to us, and I couldn't agree with you more. And when we talk about stability, anyone who's run a business knows that the most stable businesses in the country are family businesses, passed from generation to generation, not just farms, but any small businesses passed down through the generations. And this is a hammer blow to their plans to invest for the future. But I want to move on, because the main argument that the government makes, and I'm sure we will hear it from the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, is that all this is necessary to improve public services. And we on this side want to say, right up front, it is absolutely right to prioritise public services. As Health Secretary, I negotiated an increase in the NHS budget of £20 billion a year. In this year's budget, I increased it by a further £6 billion. Many times, I said as Chancellor, I wanted to avoid austerity cuts to public services. And we would have done so this time, but not by tax rises that harm working families and businesses, but by taking difficult decisions on welfare reform and productivity, decisions that were ducked yesterday. I'll happily do so.
Can I suggest to my right honourable friend, the difference between his budget and this budget was, although he gave considerable extra increases to the National Health Service, he coupled that with a need to increase productivity. There was no word in the budget about increasing productivity in the health service yesterday.
I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention. I would also say there was one even more basic difference between our budget earlier this year and this budget. As a result of measures in our budget, the growth rate went up. As a result of measures in their budget, the growth rate went down. Reducing the number of working-age people claiming health-related benefits back to pre-pandemic levels saves £34 billion a year. It brings more people into the workforce and improves the well-being of individuals concerned. But welfare reform was dropped from the King's speech, and yesterday's budget saw the welfare bill in fact rise by an average of £13 billion a year. Increasing public sector productivity, another area we didn't hear very much about, to pre-pandemic levels, raises, according to the OBR, £20 billion a year. Now, we heard some warm words about that, but delivering it requires difficult negotiations with the unions. And that was too difficult for this government, which cancelled plans to reduce the civil service to pre-pandemic levels, increased the salaries of train drivers by £10,000, gave junior doctors a 22% rise, all without asking for a single improvement in productivity in return. It was no strings for the unions, but no help for 2.5 million pensioners in poverty, and they should be ashamed. Picking the pockets of businesses who don't vote is the easy path. But when it damages economic growth, the result is less money for the NHS, less money for schools, less money for the armed forces, which is why, in the end, Labour governments always run out of money. I'll happily do so.
I'm very keen to quote the IFS earlier on. Would he also agree with the IFS when they said that it was not credible for Jeremy Hunt to claim that planned departmental spending limits would hold and there was no world in which 2% rises would have happened and been sustained?
I always listen to the IFS and indeed the Resolution Foundation very carefully, and I think that they were right. Let me answer your point, if I may. I think they were absolutely right to say that it would be very challenging to hold to 1% spending assumptions. But in the budget, I explained earlier this year exactly how we would do that. I talked to the NHS and I said, how are we going to improve efficiency so that we can live within tight spending limits? They said we need to overhaul the IT systems. And we gave them £3.5 billion to do so, and in return they were able to deliver 2% productivity savings. Now, he is shaking his head, but the Chancellor said yesterday she was going to roll that out to the whole of the public sector. So I think it is possible to do so. My concern is that doing so involves difficult decisions, and the track record from this government is that when those decisions involve a conversation with the unions, they run a mile. And I'm afraid that is the concern that we have. Now, the final spurious claim that we heard from the Chancellor was that yesterday's draconian measures were necessary because she had the worst economic inheritance since World War II. Now, not a single independent economist supports that claim, and it's not hard to see why. Inflation 1.7%, around half what it was in 2010. Unemployment 4%, nearly half the 2010 level. If public finances were in the same state today that they were in 2010, the deficit would have been £160 billion higher. That's the entire budget of the NHS. Instead, we left behind a deficit that was halved and indeed lower than France, Italy, Japan or the United States. And we left... Yes, I'll happily give way.
Thank him for giving way. Can I just ask if the last government's attempts at levering in investment in the economy was so successful, why it is that in 2022 the UK was 28th out of the 31 OECD countries in business investment? The truth is the last government failed to reform the economy, to lever in that investment, to pay for the growth in our public services.
Let me tell you exactly what happened to business investment under the last government. Since 2010, we attracted more foreign greenfield direct investment than anywhere, not just anywhere in Europe, but anywhere in the world, apart from the United States and China. That was foreigners voting with their dollars as to where they wanted to invest in the world, and they said outside the United States and China there is nowhere that we want to invest more than the United Kingdom. Compare that to what the OBR said about, or let me just say, about yesterday's budget, where they said business investment is not just going to fall, but it's going to fall by even more than the extra investment caused by public investment going up. He wants to come back, I'll happily do that.
Denied that the business's investment was lowest in the G7 under his government, and does he also deny that it was 28th out of 31 of the OECD countries if it was so successful?
He is absolutely right that for decades we have had lower business investment in the UK economy than our peers, and that was why in the autumn statement a year ago I introduced full expensing, which was the big business tax request to make it more attractive to invest in new factories, capital, machinery here than anywhere else in the OECD, and that's something that was widely welcomed. And the other part of our legacy, the so-called worst inheritance since the Second World War, was the fastest growing economy in the G7, one that the International Monetary Fund said would grow faster than Italy, France, Germany or Japan over the next 5 years. Now, the government probably thought it was a clever political trick to rubbish your inheritance. But trash-talking the British economy has real-world consequences. The sharpest decline in consumer confidence since the beginning of the pandemic. Lloyds Bank, KPMG and the Institute of Directors all saying business confidence has plummeted. The former chief economist of the Bank of England saying the Chancellor has generated fear and foreboding and uncertainty amongst consumers, amongst businesses, amongst investors in UK PLC, and higher bond yields leading to higher debt interest payments. Careless talk costs jobs and money, and this government has been careless. What every economist does, however, agree is that if we are going to increase our living standards to German or American levels, we need higher productivity. And that means more investment. But according to the OBR, yesterday's measures will be lower investment overall. Higher public investment is more than offset by lower business investment because of huge tax increases. Lloyds Bank said that the increase in employers' national insurance is a handbrake on investment. UK Hospitality said it's a tax on jobs that makes it harder to employ people and to take a risk on recruitment and expansion. The Federation of Small Businesses says it will shrink small business employment, and the Institute of Directors has likened it to the poll tax. Yes, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Shadow Chancellor for giving way. On the point of hospitality that he just mentioned, overnight I had discussions with the local hospitality industry in Cheltenham. They had two pieces of feedback. The first was that they were very worried about some of the announcements yesterday in terms of reliefs and also national insurance. And the second was that it wasn't as bad as the Liz Truss budget. I wonder whether he preferred yesterday's budget or the Liz Truss one.
I actually like neither, but and I will say this: I was the person who reversed the decisions made in the mini budget. But I will say this: at least Liz Truss wanted to grow the economy and said so explicitly. What we had yesterday is a budget where the government's official forecaster said the impact would be lower growth. It would be fewer jobs, lower investment. You know, we were promised, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I draw my comments to a conclusion, we were promised the most pro-growth government in history. But in just 17 weeks, we have ended up with German taxes and French labour laws, higher taxes, higher mortgages, less investment, lower wages, lower living standards and lower growth, less money for public services on which we all depend, less money in the pockets of working people, same old Labour, same old spin. It didn't end well before and it won't end well this time either.
I now call the Minister, Pat McFadden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Right Honourable Gentleman has confirmed that this is his last appearance at the dispatch box, at least in his current guise. So let me begin by thanking him for his service to government and to the country. Now, the Right Honourable Gentleman and I have something in common. We both inherited an awful mess from our predecessors. He was appointed Chancellor as the repairman, the adult in the room. He was meant to sort things out after the disaster left by his predecessor. He was supposed to be the antidote to Liz Truss. But in recent days, he's become an ally of Liz Truss, united with her in attacking the OBR, brought in to praise the economic institutions. He's ended up condemning them. But he cannot hide from the verdict, because the OBR has confirmed that the previous government hid billions of pounds of pressures that they knew about, and the Treasury has given us a full picture of precisely what those pressures added up to. I'm very happy to give them.
And giving away that point, he states that full breakdown was provided by the Treasury yesterday. That just is not true. Yeah. And in fact, the chair of the OBR went on Sky News last night, and his exact words were, nothing in our review was a legitimisation of the £22 billion claim. That is him making very clear that the OBR does not support, has not endorsed, and has not in your Treasury report endorsed it. So will he now confirm that the OBR does not legitimise that claim? It's a simple answer, yes or no. Does the OBR legitimise it?
Let me read what they said. The Treasury did not share information with the OBR about the pressures on them, about the unusual extent of commitments against the reserve. Had this information been made available, a materially different judgment would have been reached. That is what they said. And this is not just... Oh, yes, of course.
Perhaps you ought to just read the rest of that paragraph, where they said that it is not possible to know how much of those pressures would have been offset by savings elsewhere, which showed and demonstrated that actually they were within the range of the normal cost reductions a Chief Secretary of the Treasury would make ahead of any budget.
The Right Honourable Gentleman suggests things got better after February. They did not. They got worse after February, and that's how we get to £22 billion. And this is not just a verdict about what happened. It's an indictment of the final period in office of the party opposite. Because the truth is, under his watch, the Treasury had stopped doing the basic job of controlling expenditure. Announcements made with no money set aside, an asylum and hotel bill funded by emptying the country's reserve within the first few months of the financial year, hospital building programmes announced without the necessary funds set aside to pay for them, a pay award sitting on a Secretary of State's desk while she looked the other way, and compensation schemes announced without the full funds being set aside to pay for them. This was an irresponsible dereliction of duty that has left us picking up the pieces and him attacking the independent watchdog that was set up by his own party. Even his predecessor, the former member for Spelthorne, admits this morning that Labour is clearing up the Tory mess. Now, if the members opposite are more out of touch with reality than the former member for Spelthorne, then let me tell them that is not a good place to be. Now, he referred to the IFS, and the IFS this morning have said that the Chancellor, and I quote, is not wrong to stress that she got a hospital pass on the public finances. I've given way once. No, I'm not giving away now. Now, they talk about their golden legacy, and we heard the former Chancellor read out some of his greatest hits. Well, who are they kidding? The last Parliament was the worst Parliament on record for living standards. British families worse off than their French and German counterparts. His government had the second lowest growth in the G7 since the pandemic and the highest inflation in the G7 since the pandemic. They left the prison system overflowing, with the system just days away from collapse. And rather than take responsibility for it, they cut and run and called an early election. Now, some things did grow on their watch. I have to give them credit. Hospital waiting lists, housing waiting lists, shoplifting, insecure work, decline of our high streets. That's their record, and it falls to us to fix it and start to rebuild Britain. So there is no point in coming here and pretending that people are making it all up. Now, he talks about business. His party stuffed business. His colleague, the former Prime Minister, said F business, and then they carried out the policy. Under them, we had the lowest business investment in the G7. Why? Because constant chaos in their governments meant business didn't know who'd be leading them from one year to the next. Because they caved into their backbenchers and blocked anything substantial from being built. And because business couldn't hire the workers they needed with so many people on the sick. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this could have been a budget where we just muddled through, patched up some mistakes made by the party opposite, and hoped something would turn up. But that is not good enough. We have had that time and time again in the past. In fact, we had 14 years of it, and that is long enough to show that that approach is not going to work. The country voted for change, and this was a budget to deliver change. It is not a time for more of the same. It's a time to choose. We did not duck the challenge. We did not look the other way. We confronted the challenge because that is what the country needs. This is the moment the country turns a corner and sets out a proper plan for the years to come. Now, we did make tax changes in this budget, and that's never an easy thing to do, because the first thing we had to do was fix the foundations and put the public finances on a sound footing. With this budget, we say how we will pay for what we will do. The first fiscal rule announced by the Chancellor is to fund day-to-day spending from the revenue that we raise. And this is a rule the OBR judges will be met 2 years early. And the IMF, to whom the Right Honourable Member referred, today they have welcomed, and I quote, the focus on boosting growth through a needed pressure, a needed increase in public investment while addressing urgent pressures on the public services. So secondly, let me turn to those public services. More NHS appointments to get the waiting lists and times down. More technology to improve productivity. More prevention to stop people falling ill in the first place. New surgical hubs and diagnostic centres. A hospital building programme brought from fiction to reality, this time funded on more than hot air. New schools to help children learn, more teachers to bring out the best in every child, more investment in further education to give people the skills that they need, investment and reform together. Not just more money into the same system, but changing the system for a new age. And there are productivity targets alongside the extra money. Now, he talked about welfare spending, but they had plenty of time to sort out welfare spending. Their legacy is almost 3 million people out of work because of long-term sickness. The truth is, they didn't have a plan, but they do have a record, and again, it falls to us to sort the record out. So we will take tough action on welfare fraud, and we will not give up on those who can work and make a contribution. Because we understand that when the sick can get treated, when every child of every background has the best chance to learn, it's not just good for them and their families, it is good for the economy as a whole. And thirdly, this budget put in place help for millions with the cost of living. A rising minimum wage with extra help for young workers, fuel duty frozen, carers allowed to earn more, triple lock protected, extending the household support fund to help the poorest, lower deductions from universal credit. These are the choices that we made. Real help for millions of people. And finally, we reject the path of decline for investment that the party opposite were planning. They wanted to cut public investment by a third. That was the Right Honourable Gentleman's plan. Once again, to cut back on the house building, the schools, the hospitals, the transport projects that the country needs. This is a path of decline that has been chosen too often in the past. Now, the Tories don't have a leader yet, and the only policy to come out of the leadership contest so far is to cut maternity pay. But on this question of investment, they do have a position. They do have a position. Budgets are about choices, and yesterday they chose. The former Prime Minister railed against our new investment rule, and more members opposite have spoken out since. So what does that mean that their position is? New money for housing, opposed. New money for schools, opposed. New money for potholes, opposed. New money for research, opposed. Investment in the future itself, opposed by the party opposite. Now, I understand the perils of opposition. We've had long enough experience of it. But if they really want to run around the country opposing every new investment over the coming 4 or 5 years, then be our guests. Yes, this budget was a big choice. And in opposing the investments within it, the party opposite have made a big choice too. And we will remind them of it, project after project, year after year. They wanted to lock us into the world that the voters rejected just 4 short months ago. I'm happy to give way.
Very grateful to my Russian friend for giving way. You raised the policies or lack thereof that have come out of the Tory leadership contest. I had the unfortunate evening of watching the GB News debate between the Tory leadership contest, and the one policy that one of the contenders said that she would do on day one as Prime Minister is a tax cut for private schools. That is the priority for the modern Conservative Party, opposing investment in this budget and offering tax cuts for the very richest.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. I have to say his television viewing choices are a little bit different from mine. And with regard to education, what we've always said is we support aspiration for all children in every type of school. And our growth plans are about far more than this budget. They're about planning reform to get Britain building, a challenge that was ducked by the party opposite year after year. They're about more clean energy for energy security. They're about private investment with £63 billion of investment announced at our investment summit just a few weeks ago, with investors finally appreciating the stability that has come to the country after the chaos brought by the party opposite. And it's about reform of business rates to support our neglected high streets. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a big moment for the country. In July, the country did not vote to carry on as we are. They didn't vote to continue with the plans of the party opposite. They voted for change, and this is a budget for change. Yeah. Not just change in policy, but in facing up to the reality of what the party opposite left behind. A budget to stabilise the public finances, a budget to help people with the cost of living, a budget to begin to turn around our public services, a budget to start to rebuild Britain, a choice between investment and decline, a turning of the page. After 14 years, a budget that launches a new chapter for Britain, and we will be proud to vote for it in the lobbies next week.
I now come to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be speaking in this debate in response to the first ever budget delivered by a female Chancellor. This government has inherited a mess, and we know at the cause of that mess is a legacy of reckless economic mismanagement left behind by the previous government. The Liberal Democrats are glad that the Chancellor has listened to our calls for investment and support for the NHS to start repairing all the damage done to local health services by the Conservatives. We will continue to stand up for our constituents and press the government to act with urgency and provide the support to public services which is so desperately needed. The NHS has been stretched to its limits after years of Conservative neglect, and Liberal Democrats have been tirelessly campaigning for an emergency health and social care budget to get it back on its feet. We therefore welcome yesterday's announcements. However, we need to see outcomes. This includes people being able to see a GP within 7 days, cancer treatment targets being met, and having a dentist appointment when you need one. We will hold the government to account on delivering on these issues. Millions of people have a long-term health condition which makes them too ill to work, and millions more are stuck on NHS waiting lists. Many others can't leave hospital because there is no care provision. The Liberal Democrats have always understood we cannot have a thriving economy and strong public finances until we fix the crisis in health and social care. So we welcome some of the steps that the government announced in this direction yesterday. Liberal Democrats have campaigned on improving support for carers, although I'm glad the government's review will look again at getting rid of the cliff edge for carers allowance and the earnings limit. I hope that the Chancellor and her colleagues will consider a broader review to give family carers the support that they deserve. And we will hold them to account to make sure this new funding is delivered for patients and carers, including through extra GP and hospital appointments. I also welcome the promise made by the Chancellor yesterday of full compensation for both the victims of the contaminated blood scandal and the Horizon scandal, and I hope that they can be delivered quickly to bring the victims closer to the justice they deserve. The previous Conservative government yet again showed themselves to be totally shameless with the revelation while they promised to compensate the victims of the hideous infected blood scandal, they entirely neglected to set aside the funds to actually pay for them. It's essential that there is transparency in government spending, and we're glad that the government is strengthening the powers of independent bodies such as the OBR to ensure that taxpayers receive value for money. We were glad that during the Chancellor's budget she committed to investing to modernise HMRC systems using the very best technology, and we're glad that she's committed to recruiting additional HMRC compliance and debt staff. Investing in HMRC reduces the risk to businesses and individuals in navigating the bureaucratic and often complex processes associated with this service. I've heard from businesses in my constituency of the risks that they face by not being able to directly speak to someone at HMRC. Strengthening these services with greater resources should benefit not only businesses, but also all those required to complete self-assessment. And greater resources will protect citizens from unfair charges, including the loan charge, and allow people to access clear advice and support, making our tax system more efficient. Well, while I'm pleased to support many of the announcements made by the Chancellor yesterday, I'm concerned by the Chancellor's decision to raise employers' national insurance. I fear that this will be deeply damaging to many already struggling small businesses and care providers. So we urge the government to at least consider exempting social care from the employers' national insurance tax rise. The Chancellor has provided extra funding for the NHS and other public sector organisations to cover the cost of the tax rise. However, the vast majority of care providers are in the private sector and so won't benefit from this help. Small businesses are the beating heart of our local economies. For years, under the last Conservative administration, these businesses have struggled, having to carry the burden of rising energy prices, interest rates, and the red tape of the Conservatives' Brexit deal. I urge the government to go further than the announcements made yesterday on business rates by fundamentally overhauling the broken business rate system, which is destroying our high streets and town centres. Liberal Democrats believe there are much fairer ways of raising revenue. Our manifesto set out our calls for a fairer tax system, including raising money by reversing the Conservatives' tax cuts for the big banks or by asking the social media giants to pay a bit more. We don't believe that it is right or fair for the government to instead increase the burden on small and medium-sized businesses, which are the engines of our economy and which are already struggling under the unfair tax system set out by the last Conservative government. We welcome yesterday's news of increased funding for schools. Supporting children and young people must be central to any government policy. And after schools are left to crumble by the last government, we are glad to see an increased investment in education. However, the Liberal Democrats oppose ending the VAT exemption for independent schools. We do not support taxing education, and we believe that parents should have a choice in how they educate their children. Do not support taxing education, I beg your pardon. We were disappointed that at no point in the Chancellor's budget was there a mention of Europe. The government cannot indefinitely ignore that damage which the Conservatives' shambolic Brexit deal continues to have on our economy. I urge the government to acknowledge the seriousness of yesterday's report from the OBR outlining the continual damage. I will give way.
Do you not think that the fact that you're supporting all of the spending commitments but not supporting any of the tax rises is the reason that the Lib Dems will never be in government?
Please. You said you twice. Twice. I'm not going to allow you to stand again. Sarah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad the honourable gentleman raised that point. I will refer him to our manifesto in the general election. And as I've already said in my speech, we set out a range of tax-raising measures, including reversing the Conservatives' tax cuts on big banks and taxing the social media giants. There are plenty of ways that the government could have raised taxes more fairly other than by placing additional burden on small businesses who are going to be the engine of economic growth. However, back to my remarks about Brexit, which is another reason why our economy is not growing in the way that it should be, and I urge the government to acknowledge the seriousness of yesterday's report from the OBR outlining the continual damage which Brexit red tape causes UK businesses, and the OBR finding that weak growth of trading exacerbated by Brexit will reduce the overall trade intensity of the UK economy by 15% in the long term. We understand that rebuilding our relationship with Europe is a gradual process. However, we're disappointed that the government has ruled out joining the single market in the future, even when relationships improve. We urge them to consider the breadth of benefits which a strengthened trading relationship with Europe would have. Liberal Democrats want to forge a new partnership with our European neighbours, built on cooperation, not confrontation, and move to a new comprehensive agreement. Happy to.
For giving way. Does she agree with me that although the new government says that it wants to reset its relationship with Europe, when the number one thing on the European Union's mind is a youth mobility scheme which the government is rolling out, they're not going to get very far?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for making that point, and she's absolutely right. The first thing we should be doing is bringing in or negotiating a youth mobility scheme. We owe it to our young people who have struggled more than most in the current economic environment. The mismanagement of our economy by the outgoing Conservative government has left deep challenges, and we understand that undoing that damage is not going to be easy. Nevertheless, it is not right for the consequences of these decisions and for this burden to be carried by some of the most vulnerable in our society. In July, I urged the Chancellor to remove the two-child limit on social security payments in her first budget, and we're disappointed this did not happen. No child should grow up without adequate food, a warm home, or security for their future. Currently, 1.6 million children are affected by the two-child benefit cap. Parents subject to these limitations have less available income for childcare costs and therefore experience barriers to employment. Liberal Democrats believe that removing this cap is the most cost-effective way of immediately lifting children out of poverty and getting more parents back into the workforce. I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues have also listened to our constituents and heard from countless pensioners who are worried about how they will afford their energy bills this winter. Since the cut to the winter fuel payments was announced, I have been inundated with local people expressing their disappointment at this decision. We will continue to urge the Government to give their full support to measures to boost the uptake of pension credit and call for assurance that the Government ensures that all those eligible for pension credit claim both the benefit itself and the winter fuel payments. For years, the previous Government have failed to keep our community safe from crime. It is vital that the new Government urgently restores the proper community policing that local people deserve. I ask the Government to clarify how and when the Chancellor will fund the thousands of new neighbourhood officers her Government has promised. Madam Deputy Speaker, the service has drawn on its financial reserves. The Metropolitan Police Service has drawn on its financial reserves, slashed spending and sold off assets. During the election, our constituencies were promised more community police officers, but the Met have already made cuts and savings of over £1 billion, and next year they're facing a funding gap of over £450 million. Liberal Democrats are pleased to see the Chancellor's goodie bag of infrastructure projects, and I personally was disappointed this did not extend to funding for Hammersmith Bridge. 22,000 vehicles a day used to cross the bridge, and now those cars are causing gridlock traffic throughout my constituency in Mortlake, East Sheen and Barnes. It will cost £250 million to fix Hammersmith Bridge, a sum that no local authority can afford to pay, and so I hope the Government will consider what more they can do to assist with the bridge's reopening. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all agree that we need economic growth and a stable economy after the chaos caused by the last government. We know that this dire economic situation requires tough decisions. I welcome many of the steps which the Chancellor announced yesterday. However, the government must ensure this does not come at the expense of the most vulnerable. I ask the Government to set out a timeline for the delivery of their proposals for investment, and I urge them to act with the urgency that is required to ensure that people can access the services they need when they need them. The cost of living crisis will not be solved by hitting families, pensioners, family farms, struggling small businesses, and our economy will not grow strongly again unless we repair our broken relationship with Europe. Thank you.
Maiden speech, Tom Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a boy, I remember walking to the shops with my mum and passing our nearest pub. Its name confused me at the time, the Lord's Protector, and I later learned that I share a hometown with one Oliver Cromwell. So perhaps I should feel at home in this place. Having said that, I must confess that the nearest pub to my first family home was called the Cavalier. And that's because I represent, and I'm proud to call my home, the faithful city of Worcester. Famous amongst historians as the site of both the first and final armed conflicts of the English Civil War, Worcester is seen by many as the birthplace of modern parliamentary democracy, and that is fitting for our city. Nestled upon the great River Severn, in the shelter of the ancient Malvern Hills, Worcester is one of England's best-kept secrets. Rooted in the beauty of nature and richly decorated by a long and varied history, Worcester is a city deeply informed by the past and one with a record of deeply informing the future. Having throughout that history continuously expressed creativity, enterprise and innovation, from the stirring music of Elgar to the world's first combined hydroelectric power station and even the establishment of the British Medical Association, the people of Worcester have been shaping the future of the world for millennia. We are home to Barry's Journal, the oldest newspaper still in print, and of course we manufacture Liam Perrins's famous Worcestershire sauce. And as I give you a flavour of our city, I would like to pay tribute to my immediate predecessor in this place, Robin Walker. Wherever I go, be it in this place or in the Worcester constituency, people consistently speak well of Robin, who has won the affection of many hearts amongst those with whom he has worked. He also worked with passion and dedication to improve education, and for that I offer mine and many others sincere thanks. Madam Deputy Speaker, Worcester is home to many small and independent businesses that contribute hugely to our distinctive culture. During the election, I visited Spin the Black Circle and Scripthaven as just two examples, as well as some larger companies that in the same spirit are expressing our nation's creativity and shaping its future. I myself have been privileged to work with teams of talented people at Worcester Bosch, inventing the technologies of the future to grow and decarbonise our economy. And if any members appreciate an in-depth discussion on heat pumps or hydrogen, then as an enthusiastic engineer by background, I'm always very happy to indulge. It's my belief that releasing innovation by investing in the talent, passion and skills of our emerging leaders, creators and problem solvers is key. Key to our mission for growth, which is the guiding light of this budget, and also key to decarbonising our economy through industrial renewal, rebuilding our NHS and putting people at the heart of all we do. We are here today doing the vital work of fixing the foundations, because this is the kind of history-writing ambition that is exactly what this place is for. Worcester and its incredible community of dedicated and talented people is ready to deliver an exciting vision for the future, with our schools, colleges and at the Hive, one of the largest children's libraries in the UK, ready to grow the next generation. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget's commitments to take the first steps towards renewal of our schools and especially provision for children with special education needs and disabilities will be very welcome in Worcestershire. With the University of Worcester continuing our heritage through teacher training, Worcester Business School and the Three Counties Medical School, where prospective Prime Ministers can reliably capture a very good selfie, and with a wealth of innovative businesses and creators in the digital space, including the Kiln and now hosting Beta Den, our community has the vision for people and nature to flourish. It's led by local people like Worcester Environmental Group, our Cathedral's Eco Group, and projects like Bramble Wood, offering a hub of culture with the arts at the Swan Theatre, the Scala Project and the Arches, and the growing track record in disability sports, historic world-class cricket at New Road, our fantastic city football clubs, and hopefully soon the return of professional rugby with the Warriors. We're also very good in a tug of war. Madam Deputy Speaker, informed by the past and informing the future, Worcester has taught me that the key is to put people first, to dream big, and to unleash the creativity of diverse teams to shape the future. I came to politics with a passion to tackle climate change, to see an end to modern slavery, and to put leadership and vision back at the heart of politics. Let us remember that through the long history of this place, like Worcester, we have never lingered on the past. And this budget, and as this budget empowers us so to do, let us continue to always fix our gaze with ambition, clarity and focus on the creation of a bright and prosperous future.
Well done, your family will be very proud indeed. Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by paying a huge tribute to the member for Worcester for his maiden speech. It was clear he paid a sincere tribute to his predecessor, who we all have a great deal of affection for. So I'm sure he will have a great future in this place, and I look forward to hearing more speeches from him. I agree with the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. His final remark that this budget marks a new chapter in the economic performance of this country is absolutely true, but I suspect that his predictions and mine, as I will make clear in my speech, will be rather different. So starting on the plus side of this budget, there are measures we should be welcoming. My constituents who live in rural areas will be particularly pleased that fuel duty is to be frozen for another year, because they have very little choice, often as to how to get to work, except having their own car. And as I said in my intervention yesterday, I would welcome certain government contingencies, such as infected blood and the Horizon scandal, which have now been funded. And the onus very much is now on the new government to make sure that those people are affected are paid out as quickly as possible, if only on an interim payment, so that they can start at long last to rebuild their lives. Spending on special education needs in Gloucestershire is a particular problem, and therefore increased funding in this area will be welcomed by those parents whose children need help in this area. The Public Accounts Committee carried out several sessions in the last Parliament on the rebuilding of schools and hospitals, particularly those affected by asbestos and reinforced autoclave aerated concrete, commonly known as ROC. We also carried out sessions looking at the huge R&R project in this House. Now, I will welcome if this government gets those investment projects underway, but the PAC will be scrutinising them to see how we get value for money from them. Contrary to leaks in the press before the budgets, the pensions industry, and perhaps the front bench spokesman will confirm this when he winds up, the pensions industry appears to have been largely untouched. And the real trick, I would now say to this government, is to try and encourage those large pension funds to invest in UK infrastructure. Not something we heard about anything in the budget yesterday, but I know the government is thinking about this. But actually, as predicted, we now have a higher fiscal burden in this country under this Labour government than we've ever had in our history. The OBR could not find the fabled 22 billion black hole. Instead, they found the worst deteriorating circumstances of 9.5 billion, which happens to any government in any fiscal year. But that 9.5 billion is equivalent to some of the public sector pay increases, particularly to the high-paid train drivers. The Chancellor has increased taxes and borrowing by a staggering £40 billion each, the largest increase in any budget for 30 years. The Conservatives left office with low inflation, high employment, particularly in younger people, and the fastest growing economy in the G7. In stark contrast, this budget, the Chancellor has put up national insurance, inheritance tax up, capital gains tax up, mortgages up, stamp duty up, employment costs up, and business confidence down. The OBR have downgraded our GDP growth based on budget in every year of the next 5-year forecast. This will affect everybody in this country who will continue to see their living standards fall as a result. There are lots of topics that I would like to cover, but I've chosen ones that would affect my constituents most adversely. Firstly, national debt. The UK national debt is currently £2.5 trillion, which is not far off 100% of GDP. And it's growing at a staggering rate of almost 16 million an hour, or 400 million a day. And the interest for servicing this debt has now reached over 100 billion, which is equivalent to the 5th largest single government department, and it's completely dead money to service that debt. As a result of this budget, the debt will rise even further by a further 50 billion, involving even higher servicing costs, which will result in higher taxes to pay for this in future years. This is really important. The OBR has forecast that the natural debt will triple over the next 50 years. I would say to the House and to you, Madam Deputy Speakers, this is completely unsustainable and should be a real wake-up call to correct this dire structural problem. But this problem has made the budget, this budget has made the problem far worse. And we can't just do it by changing the rules to make the rules sound better. Interest rates, including mortgages, will be higher for longer. Our children and our grandchildren will now be saddled with this debt for longer, which we'll have to repay. I will give way, yes.
I'd like to congratulate him on his recent appointment to the Public Accounts Committee. Would he like to apologise for the 22 billion black hole that he's left this government behind and the contribution that that's made to the awful debt situation this government has inherited?
I thank him for his comments about my election as chair of the PAC, and we look forward to scrutinising all government expenditure carefully. He has fallen in the same trap as everybody else. Unfortunately, the OBR yesterday couldn't find the £2.5 billion black hole, and in the exchange that took place from the front benches, and I haven't got the quote exactly in front of me, but the chairman said something about when in a black hole, stop digging. And I would suggest gently to the party opposite that they stop digging because it couldn't be found. Having promised in the election that she would not do so, the Chancellor duly announced she expects national insurance contribution to rise by a staggering £25 billion. The Chancellor said before in the election process that this would not be a tax on working people. But clearly she believes that entrepreneurs who spend their time and energy and talent forming new businesses are different. They're going to be heavily taxed, and in changing the employment rules will make it more difficult to employ extra people. A 15% national insurance tax and a savage cut to the threshold down from £9,100 to £5,000 will harm any business in my constituency employing more than 4 people. It could be the difference between a business growing and providing more jobs to a business that doesn't survive. We must remember, all of us, that the private sector and the hard work of individuals that put their livelihoods on the line, who take financial risks to boost productivity and people provide growth for this country, needs to be nurtured and if they are to succeed. Small business accounts for 90% of all businesses. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman. He can have another try.
Thank you very much, the honourable member, for giving way. As someone who has ran a small business for at least 10 years, would he welcome as well the change in the budget yesterday, which increased the allowance on national insurance to £10,000 to £200, which will actually protect small businesses and help them grow for the future?
I've run a business for a very much longer time than that. I think there are a lot of measures in this budget that are going to be very deleterious, particularly to the smallest businesses in our country, and we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. So this budget has serious implications for farmers and rural communities in my constituency, and I would like to refer to my register of members' interests as a farmer myself. I am incredibly disappointed that from 2026, agricultural property relief and business property relief will only apply to the first £1 million of assets. This will worry many in my farming community, in my constituency, and I guess many other rural constituencies up and down the country. It will result in fewer farms to rent. And equally damaging will be the cap on the amount that can be transferred by spouses for IHT purposes. The purpose of these tax relief was to ensure that working farms that provide our food will not have to be split up in the light of a death of a family member. And there are very few farms that are valued at under £1 million, basically less than those of less than 100 acres. Can I just complete this? And these will now face 20% tax. I will give way. This will lead to a loss of jobs and livelihoods in the North Cotswolds and elsewhere. It will change the fabric of our countryside permanently. The structure and productivity of agriculture will change as more and more farms are split up and sold off as a result of this measure. I'll give way.
I take the great experience the honourable member for North Cotswolds has in farming and the farming estate that he himself has. But did he read the London School of Economics Professor Andy Summers' analysis that the £1 million relief is on top of, and he did mention the £1 million couples allowance. So really the benchmark is at £2 million farms, and there are only around 200 estates per year affected, as the average estate value is lower. So isn't in this case actually quite a small number of UK farms affected, and it is not the Armageddon for farms that is being claimed on his side.
I would suggest gently to the honourable member that whatever the number is, if it's causing damage to the farming sector in this country and the productivity of us producing food, that is not helpful, and it doesn't actually raise a great deal of money. What we surely want is to take measures in this budget and elsewhere is to boost the productivity of our agricultural sector so that we can actually produce more of the food that we eat ourselves rather than importing it from the rest of the world. I would like to encourage the Chancellor to release any impact assessment she's done on this measure and hope that she will reconsider this proposal, which I doubt she will. Now, I'd like to turn to a topic that I've mentioned many times in this House and one that I'll be continuing to raise with Treasury after this speech. The Chancellor has talked about difficult decisions she's had to make on tax and spending to promote growth. And may I suggest gently one specific policy area, tax-free shopping, which has the potential to increase growth considerably. Since we left the EU, British people have been able to shop tax-free in European states. However, we've not given the same advantage to wealthy visitors visiting the UK to spend their money here and benefit our economy. This disincentive to visit the UK will be worse if visa costs are increased. And I have to say that what we're seeing in the market at the moment, and I've talked to some of the bigger businesses in this country involved in this area, is that tourists, instead of coming to the UK, are simply going to Paris, Madrid or Milan to do their duty-free shopping, and we are losing out as a result. This whole new market is unique to the UK and is worth an estimating £10 billion annually in foreign spending and generating over £3 billion for the Exchequer, based on an Oxford economics report that £1 spent by visitors is worth 37p to the Exchequer. The only thing stopping ministers in the last government looking again at this issue was the Treasury's 2020 forecast, which unjustifiably, in my view, predicted little or no impact on any EU visitors' numbers or spending level. This led to the wrong conclusion that there would be cost to the Exchequer without all the other added benefits that I've mentioned to hospitality institutions, to airports, to some of our luxury good manufacturings. All have added benefits which would help the economy. But all the data that we've supplied previously to the Treasury on actual spending supplied by real business proved that the opposite was the case to the Treasury's forecasts. So my only ask of the Exchequer today is that she takes the cost-free decision to review the 2020 impact forecasts in the light of the overwhelming real-world data. This time, unlike the last, ask the OBR to scrutinise the Treasury forecast impact of extending the scheme to EU visitors, and I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this with any of the Treasury ministers, and I could bring experts in with me to help that discussion. Finally, as the new chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, we produced a report in the last Parliament called Lessons Learned, a planning and spending framework and enables long-term value for money about how the Treasury should be focused on getting best value for money of every taxpayer's pound spent. I'd like to assure you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the PAC will be scrutinising the whole of government expenditure and help them to see how we can get better value for money. Thank you indeed.
We have another maiden speech, Margaret Mullane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this debate with my maiden speech. It is the honour of my life to be standing here in this historic place at the heart of democracy, representing the communities of Dagenham and Rainham, the place I was born and raised. I was well and truly made in Dagenham, and I am also the first woman to represent the seat since the boundaries were redrawn in 2010, where the old seat of Dagenham inherited the communities of Rainham, South Hornchurch, Elm Park and now Bean Park. I'm proud to join the long list of political women from Dagenham, such as the Ford machinists whose battle paved the way for the Equal Pay Act in the 70s, and now our very own Holly Ridley, Labour's new General Secretary. Madam Deputy Speaker, I must take this opportunity to pay tribute to the inexhaustible work of my predecessor, John Cruddas, who always put the needs of local people first and was, I know, a very well-respected member of this House for his very thoughtful contributions. His presence will be missed by the honourable colleagues in Westminster and by the people of Dagenham and Rainham. Not least for his community-led approach to parliamentary politics, he always brought people with him, displaying integrity and compassion, and I've committed to continue in this vein. When people think of Dagenham and Rainham, they think of industry and the era of great British manufacturing, the Ford factory, Sanofi Aventis, May and Baker, who created one of the first antibiotics which saved many thousands of lives during World War II, including that of Sir Winston Churchill when he suffered with pneumonia. People also think of council housing, the Becontree Estate, one of the most ambitious social housing projects in the world, built during the interwar period, marked its 100th anniversary in 2021, and it's still a great source of pride. People also think of working class solidarity, the communities that were forged on the factory floor, in clubs, docks, the spirit of the women machinists whose famous fight paved the way for the Equal Pay Act in 1970 and for a strong trade union voice in our area. Dagenham and Rainham has a rich past, and it's now my job to ensure it has a bright future full of opportunity and promise, built on the back of a new deal for working people. It hasn't always been politics for me. I've worked in insurance, in a call centre, and I was a barmaid at the Dagenham Trades Hall in Dagenham. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know how precarious work can be in areas like Dagenham and Rainham, and it was the miners' strike that drew me into politics. Seeing secure jobs stolen away, the injustice of Orgreave and the heart being ripped out of working class communities by decisions in Westminster, I knew then I wanted to be a voice for working class people. That's why I welcome the government's commitment to making the Hillsborough Law a reality, creating a level playing field for people in places like Dagenham and Rainham when tragedies sadly happen. Like when in 2015 4 young men were murdered by the serial killer. The IOPCC found that mistakes were made during the investigation, and nearly a decade later I continue to work with the family of Jack Taylor, seeking the justice they deserve. But it isn't only justice that working class communities like Dagenham and Rainham seek, it's more police in our streets to tackle the scourge of knife crime, particularly around transport hubs like the Dagenham Heathway, Elm Park and Rainham. We want thriving town centres and NHS fit for the future. You can get a GP appointment, jobs you can raise a family on, council housing, infrastructure and good public services we can all rely on, and representatives who serve with integrity. Madam Deputy Speaker, the devastating fire at the Spectrum building in the early hours of Monday the 26th of August in my constituency would not have escaped the attention of the House. This has yet again brought to the forefront the safety of residents across the country in high-rise blocks. Thankfully, due to a combination of brave residents and the rapid response from the London Fire Brigade, there was no loss of life on this occasion. I want to take a moment to thank the amazing work of our emergency services and the overwhelming response of our community in Dagenham to this tragedy. Local business and residents rallied round and helped families who had literally lost everything. That is who we are in Dagenham and Rainham, and I couldn't be proud as the representative in the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a long way to go before we have a level playing field, but in the meantime I will dedicate every moment spent in this House to raising living standards and attracting opportunities for my constituents. The work has already begun. In a matter of months, London's biggest film studio will be complete, bringing skilled work in the creative industry to a new generation of young people, making hope possible. This has only been made possible under the local stewardship of Labour, guided by John Cruddas, who brokered the agreement when Sanofi Aventis vacated the site, and Barking and Dagenham Council, who secured the deal with Hackman Capital Partners to develop it. Yet, as with all things, there is good news and there's bad news, and there's still a lot of battles that need to be fought. There is a patch of empty land at Marshway where C2C trains should be taking customers from the new neighbourhood on the Bean Park estate to Fenchurch Street in 20 minutes, as promised by developers. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm determined to make sure that promise is made good. Since discovering that this crucial infrastructure has been derailed, it's Labour representatives that have been fighting for the green light to get that delivered. I've always been a champion of council housing at traditional social rents, and I will continue to do this in Parliament. That's why I welcome the government's commitment to build a new generation of social and affordable homes. I also welcome the commitment to put in the essential services that communities desperately need. I will always beat the drum of infrastructure. And as we build, and there's a lot of development planned for Dagenham and Rainham, we must not only ensure that the homes are affordable, there are schools, GP, dentists, transport options, leisure facilities, green space, and the amenities that they need to thrive. Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I know there were many new challenges in Dagenham and Rainham, there are also historic challenges which need a resolution. The ongoing fires at the illegal landfill on Launders Lane in Rainham are not only a scandal, they're a public health risk, and I will be fighting tooth and nail to extinguish them once and for all. The health of my constituents is paramount. That's why I'm in regular contact with the Chief Executive of the Barking, Dagenham and Haven University Trust, offering my support to get our local NHS back on its feet. Our local NHS has ambitious plans to expand the emergency department at Queen's Hospital, and I'll do everything in my power to make this a reality. At the election, I promised I would help local communities shape the future of Dagenham and Rainham, from the Daggers Boxing Club to local faith groups, businesses, working men's clubs, and amazing local charities like Dagenham United in Dagenham and the Ship in Rainham. Everyone plays a part in building a future for Dagenham and Rainham. That includes Barking, Dagenham and Haven Council, which is why I will be a constant voice asking for a revised funding formula for local authorities, so they have the resources they need to transform lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will finish as I started. It is the honour of my life to stand here representing my constituency, to be given the opportunity to serve. I'm fiercely proud of Dagenham and Rainham, and building on the legacy that those who stood before me. I'll always be here on hand to fight for the communities who call my constituency home. Thank you.
I do not doubt there should be a strong advocate for her constituency. And now, of course, Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, the member for Dagenham and Rainham, who made an excellent speech. She spoke with knowledge and passion about her constituency and about the challenges that face the residents of Dagenham and Rainham. And hers is a constituency I know, since I drive back to my own constituency on the A13 every week, and sometimes when it's closed, as happened last week, I find myself exploring even more of Dagenham and Rainham. And I'd also like to congratulate the member for Worcester, who also made a very good contribution. We look forward to hearing both of them in the future. I'd like to start by actually putting on record the thanks which I think are due to my right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, and my right honourable friend, the former Prime Minister. One of the extraordinary things I found in the budget speech which we are debating is the complete failure to mention the two extraordinary challenges which the government had to face, that of COVID and that of the economic consequences of Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Those two events combined potentially threatened the survival of every business in this country and potentially could have led to a catastrophic increase in the cost of living for ordinary people. And it was only because of the intervention of the government in providing support that we managed to keep the economy going, and that those businesses and the jobs associated with them survived. And in talking about the economic legacy, the Chancellor's failure to even mention that challenge I find extraordinary. And it has left us with a legacy, but even despite the borrowing that was necessary, the government was actually bringing down the level of borrowing and had restored the economy. And I think when the history books are written, a lot of credit will be given to my right honourable friends, the Shadow Chancellor and former Prime Minister. Now, in terms of... Yes, of course I will.
Thank you for giving way. Does the Right Honourable Member accept that the opposition bench's decision to reduce gas storage and the decisions to fail to invest in the NHS over long periods of time considerably made dealing with those crises worse?
Interventions are a very healthy way to have a debate, but you must draw the attention of the member speaking, and speaking loudly, calling for an intervention normally helps. Sir John Whittingdale.
Well, I don't think that every country in the world faced enormous challenges, and actually the record of this government in tackling those challenges, I think, bears comparison with any other country, and that is something which cannot be diminished. And I will say a little bit more about particularly the NHS as I move forward with my remarks. But in terms of this particular budget, I saw that Alistair Campbell tweeted in defending it. He said it was a very Labour budget. Well, that is something certainly that I would agree with. It put up spending massively, it put up borrowing massively, and of course it put up tax massively. And to that extent, it was a very Labour budget. Now, in the first 30 minutes of the Chancellor's speech yesterday, she didn't actually make any announcements. She simply tried to justify some of the measures she was going to introduce by talking about the fictitious black hole. My right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, I think, has already very adequately exposed why that is a fiction, and that the Office of Budget Responsibility was unable to provide or find any evidence for the figures that she was quoting. So let's be clear, that when it comes to tax and spending, it is a matter of choice. And it was the choice of this government to break all of the promises that they made at the time of the last election. It was their choice to break their manifesto commitments, not to increase national insurance contributions. And of course, in many of the other areas, where they said that they would not increase tax on working people. The measures they have introduced are going to have a very significant impact on working people. And the denial that there was a tax bombshell to come is extraordinary, given that they have subsequently now announced £40 billion, which will result in the tax burden in this country rising steadily to what will be the highest ever on record. And yet this is a government that took office saying that their priority was going to be to fuel growth. Well, I can say to the honourable gentleman opposite that you do not fuel growth by punishing the businesses that are going to be responsible for creating the jobs and the wealth of the future. And the growth target in the Office of Budget Responsibility forecast following this budget, actually, it shows that growth is forecast to fall steadily. And the tax choices that have been made, and I want to speak about one or two of them, they too are a matter of choice. It was up to the Chancellor to decide how to raise the extra revenue. We have already, even before this budget, heard of one extremely damaging, painful decision, which was the withdrawal of the winter fuel allowance in order to save money by taking it away from pensioners across the country. And I know I've already received many emails expressing great disappointment that the Chancellor pressed ahead with that measure and did nothing yesterday to reduce its impact. But it is primarily businesses that are going to have to pay the price in this budget, estimated at a cost of £25 billion, the increase in national insurance contributions on employers. And that represents £615 more for every single employee of a business over the threshold. The result, if you increase the cost of employing people, it can have only two consequences. One is lower wages, and the other is fewer jobs. And in each of those cases, that is going to hit working people. And on top of that, businesses are going to face the increase in the national minimum wage. That is going to hit particularly some of the hardest hit businesses that are already finding it hardest to survive. It will impact on the care sector. It will impact on the hospitality sector. These are already under enormous pressure. And the decision to increase the national minimum wage for young adults, a 16% increase, that will simply have a consequence that it will be even harder for those people to find jobs. And the government also heralded just, 10 days ago, the investment summit, which was supposed to persuade international investors that this was a country they should want to invest in. And yet, a week later, we have higher capital gains tax, we have higher stamp duty, and we have a war declared on non-doms. And instead of investment coming into this country, already we are seeing the flight of people living here, the entrepreneurs on whom our future success depends, and they are leaving in droves.
People fleeing the country and investment. Can you please point to at least 3 examples of anyone who was highlighted in the investment summit now saying they will withdraw that money?
Well, the investment summit announced a lot of investment for which this for the Conservative government was actually responsible. And I think, let's wait and see. The budget was yesterday. Businesses are going to have to look very carefully at their plans, but I don't expect them to do so within a mere few hours. But I'm happy to have this debate with the honourable gentleman again in a few weeks' time, once we have seen the impact of the measures that have been announced. Now, there are 2 measures specifically which I want just to touch upon because they impact particularly on my own constituents. One of them, which has already been mentioned a number of times in this debate, is the removal of agricultural property relief. Now, the CLA estimate that actually that will affect 70,000 businesses. And it is those farms, particularly family farms, that are going to feel the impact worse. And so it is hardly surprising that the president of the National Farmers Union said this budget not only threatens family farms, it will also make producing food more expensive The shameless breaking of the promises on agricultural property relief will snatch away much of the next generation's ability to carry on producing British food, plan for the future and shepherd the environment. This is a measure which the Labour Party said they would not introduce, and which they have broken that promise and are now proposing to introduce, to the enormous damage, not just to farmers, but also to food security and to our environment.
Exactly. Yeah.
The second measure, which I would just like to touch on, Madam Deputy Speaker, I see you've acquired Speaker's cough, and I will, I will heed your warning. But I do just want also to mention VAT on private schools. My constituency, I have 3 small independent schools, Heathcote School in Danbury, Elm Green in Little Baddow and Maldon Court School. The parents who send their children there are not rich. They make huge sacrifices. In Essex, we are very fortunate that we have really good grammar schools, and those parents make that sacrifice to help their children hopefully get into the grammars. And they are not going to be able to continue if a 20% increase in fees comes as a result of the imposition of VAT. Not only will they withdraw their children, but those schools are threatened with closure. And the consequence is that the children will need to be placed in state schools, which are already under huge pressure. My constituency is growing rapidly. There is enormous pressure on schools, and this is simply going to make it worse. This is a policy which is frankly simply vindictive and is going to do enormous damage. And I just want to finish very quickly, but because I note that the Minister for Health has come back into the chamber, and she would be disappointed if I didn't say to her, but I welcome the hospital building programme that is contained within the budget and the announcement of new money. But I once again reiterate that in my constituency I have a hospital threatened with closure. We have been promised a new one for 30 years or more, under both my government and the government before that. And she was good enough to see myself and my right honourable friend, the member for Whittingdale, the other day, for us to be able to make the case. And so I would simply say to her, if she does hold this money, I do hope that some of it she might be able to direct towards my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget is one of the worst I've had in all the time that I've been in this House. It will do enormous damage. But I'm grateful for this opportunity to put it on the record.
John Trickett.
Ma'am, I'll try to be reasonably quick. First of all, let me pay tribute to the maiden speeches we've heard today, which were exceptional. I particularly associate myself with the views of the member for Dagenham and Rainham in saying that she stands for working class life communities and will do everything she can. That's how I've seen my last 28 years in this place too. Now, I think I'm probably the only person on these benches who was here in '97. And I just want to say something to the government and to all our backbenchers here. I was there when Labour came into office. I was elected in 1996, so I was here in '97. And the same lack of humility, which was shown then by a party being thrashed by the electorate, is being shown today. The same short-term memory for the failures that their government had committed under John Major and the other Prime Ministers before that. The same lack of remorse, and lack of remorse for what we have now. Food Bank Britain, with millions of people in poverty, not a word from that side. Millions of people on the NHS, no remorse from the party opposite for that. No remorse for the fact that, our economy has not been properly invested in for decades. The whole of their period, we were the lowest investor in the whole of the G7. No remorse for all the other failures too, and no sense of humility that the public told them that they'd made a series of mistakes. No, I'm going to try to be quick. I'm not going to take any interventions. And so that's what all of those matters and others too require us to make a change in the direction of our economy. And that is what this budget has begun to do. We're turning the page. And one final reflection on '97 is this. When Labour introduced the minimum wage, one of the great reforms of the century, they kept us in that lobby night after night after night, and we were proud to do it. And the arguments they made are now paralleled with the arguments they're making about our budget today. which is that there'll be job losses, there'll be impact on profitability, small firms will be in trouble. Let me say this, eventually they accepted the minimum wage because it was the right thing to do. There were no job losses, there was no impact on profitability. And I say to the front bench, continue on the direction that you're travelling, but move faster and in a more radical direction. And might I just recommend that the front bench has a quick look at Spain, where there's a socialist government in place. They have got the highest rate of growth, I think I'm right in saying, in the G7, and they introduced a 0.5% wealth tax on those estates which are worth more than €3 million a year. They're getting high growth, and that, I think, shows that a determined government restructuring the economy, as we need to do, can deliver change and not damage the economic success of the country. Let me just then very quickly welcome, let me just say this, I represent 23 villages, all former mining communities, which were left in a brutal way, again by the party opposite 40 years ago. It's a distant memory for many of us, but for me, I remember every single moment of that strike. They destroyed the mining industry, and they did nothing to replace it in the last 40 years. And so we have widespread poverty, as is seen in all post-industrial communities throughout our country. They practiced a hoax on those communities by saying that they would level up. But the Levelling Up Fund wasn't directed to where poverty was. And in any event, it was a competition in deprivation between one area and another. My community has got nothing, and yet we're struggling desperately to achieve growth. Levelling Up was a great slogan, but it was used as a trick to persuade people to vote Conservative in 2019. What happened again? People have learnt the lesson. So let me just come to one point which I'm worried about, and then a general point. On transport, there is the differences in distribution of funding for transport are extraordinary. In Yorkshire, it's £418 a head paid by the government on transport, by that lot. And in London, it's £1,200, for 3 times as much per head, per year, spent on transport in London as it is in Yorkshire. That leaves us with problems. I represent 23 villages, rural communities in many ways, deprived communities, post-mining communities, to get from one community to another, bearing in mind over 20,000 people in our area don't have a car. The only thing, and the trains don't work very well because the way that the train service has been left has left us without adequate public transport by train. The only option is buses. The buses often don't start at 8 o'clock, but people begin work at 7 or leave home at 7. I've met women walking from one village to another in the dark, in unlit streets, because the bus service hasn't yet opened, and it's their problem, the one that they created. Now here's the issue, and I regret it, but the government's made a decision, and that is the rise in the bus fares from £2 to £3. I don't suppose there's anybody perhaps in this whole Parliament who doesn't have access to a car. But there are many people down this country who don't have a car because the wages are so low. They're walking in the dark, 7 o'clock in the morning, to get to work from one village to another. And those who do have a bus service, it's going up by 50%. So it's roughly, let's say, £6 a day to get to and from work. 5 days a week, it's £30 a week, £1,500 a year in bus fares to get to work and back. Now, clearly that gives us a problem. And I've got villages only 7 miles apart where to get from one village to the other, if you live in one and work in the other, 7 miles, the bus is 1 hour and 90 minutes to get from one place to another. It's completely unsatisfactory. So if we are going to be raising bus fares, and that's the decision that's been made, I regret it, by the way, but we need reform of the way buses are going to be operated so that they're accessible to communities. And I know that the government's made some announcements in relation to that already, which is a welcome thing. My final point is this, which is the lack of investment, which that party opposite presided over for years. And I heard the Shadow Chancellor today saying, OK, there might have been a black hole in the public finances, but we were going to cover it by cuts. That's effectively what he said. But the cuts were always taking place to investment, and they were going to cut more investment. Now, if you look at my constituency, we'll measure it by GDP per head. It's a controversial measure, but it's the one that we're familiar with. In my constituency, the lack of investment means that the average worker produces £29,000 per year GDP, less than £30,000 a year. Wages are pegged to the productivity, as we all know, and therefore we have low wages. Less than £30,000 a year, but listen to this. In Camden, and we know it's a different economy in Camden, GDP per head is £174,000 per head. And the regional differences between output, capacity, productivity are all the result of the failure to invest. Now, the budget sets out to invest, and to invest big and to go for growth. But I want to make sure, now we're pressing this, that in all of those held-back post-industrial communities up and down our country, not only in the minefields but in Midlands and elsewhere, that the investment which we achieve, the growth which we deliver, is more equitable than it has been under the Conservatives. And so with those few thoughts, and an encouragement to be more radical, even more bold for the future, and bear in mind, 97, I wish this budget well.
Chamberlain.
Deputy Speaker, I think one of the things that you always feel after a budget is a sense of relief, because at least you have and know you're going to get some answers. It feels that we're always talking, campaigning, raising issues, and we're told to wait for the budget. And I have to say and add that I was additionally relieved yesterday because my son managed to pass his driving test theory. Thank you. But, you know, I don't think this government needs any help in talking about the economic legacy that's been left by the last government. But I do think we have to acknowledge that the funding structures that were put in place by the last government also have created a legacy, and they've also created expectations. So I'd like to use my time to talk about those that are most directly impacting North East Fife. And I want to talk a little by starting about infrastructure funding. I was very pleased to see the city deals announced in relation to Argyll and Bute, given that I have an Argyllshire father. But I do want to highlight that there are opportunities within existing city deals to add value, but also to make up some of the increased costs that we've seen in recent years. The town of Newborough in North East Fife has been cut off from the railway for almost 70 years and has a line running through it that transports 38 trains a day. And for the last 13 years there's been a campaign to rebuild a train station and reconnect to the line. And this makes so much sense from a number of perspectives. A train station takes cars off the road, it allows investment into the town, it can bring tourists to places such as the Lindores Abbey Distillery, and it shortens journey times for those travelling beyond for NHS and other treatments. But the only mention of railway infrastructure through the City Region Sustainable Transport Settlements, which is for England only. And I don't want to obviously not say and acknowledge that transport is devolved, but I do think there are ways that the UK Government can be looking for to help those communities where some additional funding and working with the Scottish Government could make a difference. But on transport infrastructure, the other element is in relation to Access for All, which is a UK scheme, although the Scottish Government plays a part in determining those stations that receive support. And I do want to put in an additional call for funding for Lookers Station, which serves St Andrews, as St Andrews doesn't have a train station, but is one of the best known parts of my constituency. But it does feel that sometimes we've fallen between the cracks in relation to Westminster and Holyrood on that. And I do think that on disability and on Access for All, we need to be doing more at all levels to ensure that we can deliver that funding. But going back to the impact of the different funds and schemes that were put in place post our departure from the EU and the need to replace that EU structural funding, I want to touch on both the Community Ownership Fund and the Shared Prosperity Fund. And I want to start by talking about the Shared Prosperity Fund because I and other Fife MPs, and I see two of them in their place, have met with Fife Council recently to talk about the future of the Shared Prosperity Fund, because that fund is due to end in March 2025. So I'm pleased to see that there's a commitment to continue for another year. though I think that we do need to absolutely move away from that year-to-year funding. I'm sure all of us meet with third sector organisations and others who talk about that uncertainty that short-term funding gives them in terms of the services that they provide. But I think we also do have to acknowledge that what we've seen, and it was a very short part in the budget notes yesterday in relation to shared prosperity funding, will mean, for example, for Fife Council, that we're going to see a cut in about a third of that funding. And that is funding that has delivered programmes such as Kingdom Works, an employability service that supported over 8,000 people. And I do urge the government, it did say in the budget that they were wanting to reform funding. I urge them to move forward to do that quickly so we get that, that certainty. Now, one of the things that the Liberal Democrats have talked about a lot is health and social care. Others have spoken about the fact that we do need to focus on social care, because without fixing social care we'll not fix the NHS. And again, obviously, the NHS is devolved in Scotland, and I do have to acknowledge and welcome the increase in significant funding input that there is for Scotland. And clearly, it is now over to the SNP-led Scottish Government to deliver on that. And I am pleased that we're going to see support for public sector organisations too in relation to the national insurance additions. But you know, there is no doubt that the NHS in Scotland is in a dire strait. In Fife, for example, there is no NHS dentist currently taking patients, and in my own constituency we're seeing further cuts and closures in dental services too. The other thing I want to touch on in relation to what I think the Scottish Government should be doing is just in relation to the business rate changes that have obviously been brought forward by this government. And I just want to quote one of my constituents who was in the Courier newspaper today, which he said, in terms of the rates relief, we don't have the cliff edge in Scotland because we've been paying full rates ever since last summer. Now, except that that potentially is not covered within the block grant, but I think given that, you know, the UK is a tourism destination, all parts of the UK, that the Scottish Government need to be looking at how they best support hospitality and tourism, because there is a real difference between what is happening in other parts of the UK and in Scotland. But I should declare an interest here at this point, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am the chair of the APPG for Scotch Whisky, and indeed worked for Diageo for 4 years before my election. And the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster at the start of the debate did talk about choices. But I think the other aspect for me in relation to choices is also about managing expectations. And I think that's where the difficulties and the real issues that I have with the budget come to the fore. Because Mark Kent, the Chief Executive of the Scotch Whisky Association in the Scotsman today, said that the decision, and that's the decision to increase rates on Scotch whisky, not only fly in the face of the commitment to back the industry as a core element of the government's Brand Scotland concept, but it also serves no economic purpose. And that's because the Conservatives' 10.1 increase in alcohol duty was deeply damaging to the whisky industry. And in the 12 months since it came into force, Madam Deputy Speaker, revenues from the tax have actually fallen by £298 million. So it's clearly not a tax increase that is actually delivering increased revenue to the Treasury. And I'd argue that what we've seen from the government yesterday just continues to hurt this industry that is so important for Scotland. The Chancellor has offered to support to breweries through that cut and draft products, but it does nothing potentially to support responsible drinking, because taxing base and strength of alcohol is not the right way to go about it. It's about alcohol being alcohol and how it's consumed. And I might not represent the most whisky distilleries in Scotland, but in terms of volume with the Diageo distillery and bottling plant in Leven, I probably do by volume. But back to that point about promises and expectations, and I think that is where we come on to farming and the issues that we've seen in relation to the inheritance tax changes. Now, in the first instance, the NFUS have come out in their blog today to say that they are pleased to see the rollover of the agricultural funding, although it's gone into the Scottish Government's block grant. So again, over to the Scottish Government to ensure that they deliver for farmers, because we need them for our food production and security. We need them for our climate and nature recovery, which is more vital now than ever before. And we need them for rural growth and support. I'm happy to give way.
Thank you. It is going to be very short, I promise you. Today's debate is called Fixing the Foundations, and yet in the budget yesterday I was saddened to hear that there was no mention at all of the most important foundation of everything in Britain, which is our natural world. As my honourable friend was mentioning, the role of farmers as stewards of our land and the restoration of nature are absolutely crucial to food security. And would the honourable lady agree with me that we do need to see more resources dedicated to the restoration of nature and to the support of our farmers?
Very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Yes, I absolutely agree, and I think always when I'm having that discussion with farmers, they want to support climate and nature, they want to do the right thing, but they do absolutely need the support to do so. So, as I say, in terms of the overall funding envelope for farmers, from a Scottish perspective, it is true that that is for the Scottish Government to deliver, and I'm confident that my Scottish Liberal Democrat colleague MSPs in Holyrood will be making that case. But the Honourable Member for Leeds Central in Headingley, who's no longer in his place, when he made an intervention earlier to the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, was talking about the fact that it's going to be a small number of farms affected. But I think the issue here is that's not what the Government promised to do. The Government promised last year not to do anything in relation to APF, and that is what is happening. And I'm already being contacted by local farmers feeling that this is the death for their and other family farms. And I think it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we remember it's not just about those farmers, it's about the infrastructure and the wider communities that they support, such as vets and other facilities. And we shouldn't forget tenant farmers too, because they can be some of our most vulnerable. And I know that they are some of our most vulnerable because I've worked with some of them prior to the last election in relation to the rollout of universal credit and what that poses for farmers. It is not a system that is fit for purpose for farmers. The DWP Secretary is no longer in her place, but I will be coming back to you on that issue. Yeah. So we need to ensure that we provide that support. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, up until very recently I wore multiple hats because I had far fewer colleagues. Now I've got more. I have given up my DWP hat, and I just want to say that I do really welcome the changes to carers allowance. What I would like to see is some clarity about the carer support payment in Scotland, which is a devolved benefit that's currently being rolled out, whether, because I've not seen it in the notes that I've looked at so far, perhaps it will become clear in coming days, whether that is included in the block grant that's coming to Scotland or whether there will be additional consequentials. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are things that I absolutely welcome in this budget, but as always there are unintended consequences which I do hope that the Government will listen to going forward.
Maiden speech, Gregor Poynton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak in today's debate. I'd first like to pay tribute to my honourable friends, the members for Worcester and Dagenham and Rainham, who have proudly shown the best of their constituencies with their maiden speeches today. First of all, I'd like to start by paying tribute to my predecessor, Hannah Bardell. Hannah diligently supported our constituents for the past 9 years, whether it was addressing the Broxburn floods, assisting homeowners affected by RAC, advocating for those affected by the infected blood scandal, or championing LGBTQ+ rights. On election night, she was incredibly gracious, and a spirit which has continued as Hannah and her team have gone above and beyond in passing along cases and helping my team get settled. She said to me on the night, it's all about the constituents, and she's been true to her word on that. Hannah also said in her speech on polling day night that she intends to be back in some form. Of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have no doubt. I just hope it's not too soon. My constituency is called Livingston, which is understandable as it is the biggest town in the constituency and the county. But it's so much more than that. With towns and villages such as Breich, Deckman, Ecclesmechan, Uphall, Longridge, Broxburn, Bents, Stonyburn, Addywell, Kirknewton, Wilkeston, East Calder, Mid Calder and West Calder and Falthouse, each rich in their own history and their own distinct community spirit. Mining initially boosted the area's economy and population, with coal in the west and oil shale in the east. The landscape still bears witness to this history with the bings that remain. That's why it was so important to me in the budget yesterday when the Chancellor announced that we're delivering on our manifesto commitment to return the investment reserve to miners, handing back £1.2 billion to former miners and their families. In fact, 144 former miners in Livingston constituency will receive an average increase of £29 per week in their pension. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you'd like a further insight into the Scottish oil and shale oil industry, the Amman Valley Visitor Centre brings to life the first truly commercial oil works in the world and celebrates the West Lothian chemist James Paraffin-Young's work and discoveries. However, the biggest growth in the area was in the 1960s with the creation of the new town of Livingston, with many from Glasgow and the west of Scotland venturing east with the promise of improved housing and job opportunities. Now, that entrepreneurial spirit is still alive in Livingston, home of high-end manufacturers like Wyman Gordon, biotech companies like Valneva, Glenmorangie's bottling plant, Patterson's shortbread factory, Mitsubishi Electrics, the centre and designer outlet village Sky, and numerous SMEs, which are the lifeblood of our local economy. Now that I've highlighted Patterson's shortbread in Glenmorangie, I'm expecting a visit from my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Scotland and member for Edinburgh South, all in the name of promoting Brand Scotland, of course. As I prepared to give this speech, I sought inspiration from the maiden speeches of two previous MPs for Livingston, Robin Cook and Tam Dale, who'd be fair to say knew a thing or two about speaking in this place. Even in those maiden speeches, they set themselves apart with their wit, intellect and fire of social justice. With Tam Dale using his experience as a school teacher to outline practical reforms in the education system, and for Robin Cook, a chair of housing on Edinburgh City Council, a plea for more and better housing. So I took from that to talk about what you know. And if I can maintain that for my whole parliamentary career, I think I'll be doing rather well. Tam Dale and Cook are two giants of Scottish Labour politics who, in their differing ways, made a mark in this place. We, the new Scottish Labour MPs, must now make ours. There's a Scottish Labour thread of history in this place, from Hardy to Maxton to Lee to Dewar to Cook to Brown and Darling. It's an impossible task to live up to, but try we must, because it's in that trying and that effort it's the opportunity to make a change we can make. The idea of being a Scottish MP as part of the Parliament of the United Kingdom is important to me. I'm Scottish and I am British. I don't see these identities as being contradictory, but they are different. Given all four nations have been part of the United Kingdom for, in some cases, hundreds of years, it would seem logical that that identity would have subsumed all, but not so. The idea of Scotland is a powerful one. It stood the test of time, and it means different things to different people, in the borders, the Highlands, island communities, east and west and central belt, urban and rural. But there is a common fabric of what it means to be Scottish, and it binds us together, whether you're born into it or you choose to make your home there. This is part of who we are, and Scotland, as one of the four nations, makes our country greater than the sum of its constituent parts. Madam Deputy Speaker, the theme of today's debate is fixing the foundations, because over the last 14 years our country has not been on secure foundations. The chaos of the last 14 years across the UK, and particularly the last 10 years in Scotland, where a focus on the Constitution and not the day job has made our country feel less secure and life too precarious for far, far too many. Families are one mistake, a piece of bad luck, or a decision that's no fault of their own, away from disaster. That is no way to live, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's why this budget, ensuring a pay rise for over 200,000 of the lowest paid Scots, letting more families keep more of their own hard cash, is important to families right across the Livingston constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to come to this place to make sure that no one, no matter their that everyone, no matter their background, can thrive. That's what drives me and drives my politics. Growing up in a working class family in a working class town in central Scotland in the 80s and 90s, I've seen what happens when people have opportunities and security and when they do not. My father worked in a plastics plant in Grangemouth for over 35 years, providing our family with stability and dignity through unionised work. Without it, I would not be here today. But there is hope for the future. The budget yesterday marks the end of the era of austerity, raising much needed cash for our public services. This Labour budget delivers the largest budget settlement for the Scottish Government in the history of devolution. It means an additional £1.5 billion for the Scottish Government to spend in this financial year and an additional £3.4 billion next year. This is a significant increase in investment to ensure we have the funding available for our Scottish NHS, schools and public services. It is now for the SNP, who have lost their way in recent years, to get a grip and spend this money wisely. Madam Deputy Speaker, recently I visited Larder, a social enterprise providing solutions to poverty through learning opportunities and access to high-quality, affordable food. They support young people, often for whom traditional academic settings have not worked, helping them build skills and confidence, and they've had a huge success in turning lives around. So it can be done. We have the people and drive to build stronger communities. We have a government on the side of working people, and we should not rest until everyone in this country has the opportunities they need to build a more secure life for themselves and their families. And that is what I resolve to spend my time in this place doing on behalf of the people of Livingston constituency.
My neighbour, Mims Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations to all honourable members making their maiden speeches, and the honourable gentleman for Livingston. May I wish him well in his time in this place. May I at the outset agree with my right honourable friend from Maldon, the absolute lack of mention in the budget and the preamble, the very long preamble yesterday, to mention COVID and the war on our continent was very stark. However, I would like to start on a positive note. As the 380th woman elected to Parliament, it was truly a historic moment to see the first female Chancellor at the box. And she mentioned about it giving hope to other women who are watching, and I absolutely agree with that. I just hope that our businesses and sectors like hospitalities and others do feel that hope. But it was very pleasing, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear the announcement of the compensation schemes for infected blood. And may I mention Robert in my constituency in East Grinstead in particular, who's been campaigning very hard on that, and also for the post office scandal, which will be welcomed by many of my constituents. And there was pleasing news. Fuel duty was frozen, and I thank all my honourable friends and those campaigning who made sure that area of family finances were supported by that not going up. So pleasing on that, and indeed the cladding interventions. Welcome boost to send, and of course something for the dreaded potholes. How far that will stretch, we've yet to find out. However, with 10 independent schools in peril in my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, the food providers, the staff, many people very worried about where they will go if they are displaced, and there is no funding in this budget for those displacements. I would have welcomed more support for the Sussex wine sector. I'm sure Madam Deputy Speaker would agree with me on that. And indeed, if the train drivers' needs...
For the background, this isn't about consumption of wine, but as I have many vineyards, just as the honourable member has.
Very important people working in the wine sector. Viticulture is alive and well in Sussex and indeed Essex across the country. But if the train drivers' needs have truly been satisfied, then the services from East Grinstead to the capital simply must improve, and that is my plea to them and to the southern services. Now, on to the subject of the budget. Despite the leaks and the pre-budget announcements, it came something of a shock to hear the announcements fully in the round of the budget yesterday. There could be no mistake, the cost to the country is very dear. In total, £52 billion in direct and indirect costs, according to the OBR. The new Labour government cannot simply escape in its very first budget after the 14 years, they keep reminding us, that they are set to raise taxes by a staggering £40 billion, the highest since 1993, and building on the disgrace, frankly, of the winter fuel payment debacle. Despite their glee and order paper waving, when they go back to their constituencies, open their emails, they will see a very different story. Their constituents, like mine, will see the largest tax burden in our history, and it is working people that now the Chancellor has agreed will pay the price. Let me turn to younger voters, those keen to get on the housing ladder. Stamp duty is back for first-time buyers. And indeed, 2 rental properties this morning, which were due to be purchased, have fallen through. This has been highlighted by one of my Conservative councillors in Copthorne and Worth, because the margins were already very tight, and yesterday's decisions means that 2 couples are now not going to be homeowners. In Handcross and Pease Cottage, one of my councillors, Mr Prescott, mentioned the budget of broken promises. It will cost his organisation £70,000, losing 2 people and stopping the delivery of programmes. This is the reality of the decisions made. And small businesses, often women-led, such as salons, will see the impact of the rise of national insurance. So I'll be very interested to see what the effect is across all of the sectors, and particularly as this was a clear breach of their commitment in their manifesto, despite what retrospective revisionism the party opposite may claim. It will be felt right across the land. And listening to every radio station on my way in this morning, the dismay across sectors, across real people's lives, was everywhere. Affecting, of course, the national insurance rise are hospices, are air ambulances, charities and organisations. And as the Shadow Chancellor spoke this morning on the media airwaves and again today, picking the pockets of business, indeed of charities and organisations, is not cost-free. And as the IFS have confirmed, it will hit the lowest paid workers through lower pay, and the OBR have said it will hit employment. So much for not raising taxes on working people. 2 manifesto commitments have been broken. Go ahead.
Constituency of Early and Woodley told me that their #1 priority on the doorsteps was to improve the NHS. If the honourable members opposite's party was still in government, they would be overseeing steep cuts across the NHS and across our public services. Ask the honourable member opposite if she would be happy to be part of such a programme.
I think nobody here wants any kind of negatives for their constituencies in the budget, least of all when it comes to health services. But I've got family in Wales who've been living under a Labour government, and they know the reality of what is coming down the line. Let me build on some of the questions that I had from constituents this morning and some that I mentioned in the chamber. Family businesses are being affected directly. Local funeral directors group with a national reach say that they believe that the Treasury have got their figures wrong when it comes to the impact of the changes of agricultural property relief and BPR. The cap and the 20% must surely be a simple mistake, they write. To meet the inheritance tax bill, firms will have to extract capital to pay the liability, incurring 38% dividends tax above the proposed 20% of reduced IHT. When compared to capital gains tax at 24%, it makes no sense for family businesses to pass on their shares to family, but simply they will have to sell them all their businesses, and they have implored that I ask the Treasury bench, please can you, as the government, consult and listen to family businesses at the very, very least. Now, in the opening, the Minister talked about us opposing the budget. We are opposing the budget. It is anti-choice, anti-growth, anti-business, particularly family business, anti-aspirational. It's focused on more borrowing. It's disgracefully pitting, to the Honourable Lady's point earlier, the public sector versus the private sector. Happy Halloween, everybody, because everybody here knows this is the ghost of a Labour government of the past, and they are back and haunting every single constituency. Now, representing a rural constituency, it is clear that my local farmers will be hit by the changes in inheritance tax. Just read the messages from the NFU today. I'm afraid the subterfuge and hoodwinking of the farming community will be felt, not just on these benches, but all across everybody's community. Now, I recently read out in Westminster Hall what it means to a local farmer who wrote to me on concerns at that point purely on business confidence. And the same farmer wrote again this week. And farmers, I will remind the House, are working people 365 days a year, 52 weeks a year. He said, my family's farm and estate are currently economically viable, but there is no chance that they would ever produce sufficient cash flow to make it possible for us to cover any significant amounts of inheritance tax. If we are stuck by excessive taxation, we will no longer be able to produce 7 million litres of milk per annum, or indeed timber for the nation. A heritage of 200 years could be gone. Farmers across my constituency are stunned, and I know Madam Deputy Speaker wants me to conclude. This is a hammer blow for family businesses, as the Shadow Chancellor said today, and we will be opposing this budget. It is not fixing the foundations, it's a set of dangerous groundworks.
Speech, Mayor Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My journey here comes via almost 10 years in local government as an officer, working on economic development and regeneration. I grew up among passionate socialists, but I also saw the investment that small businesses all around me put into their local areas. So I'm delighted to be making my maiden speech as the first Labour MP for Ribble Valley in this debate on a budget that truly harnesses the best of both social policy and great British enterprise. We need both, and we need them to work together. For a young woman full of dreams and wanting to change the world, sometimes our day-to-day can feel a pretty restrictive place to be. Anyone who's felt held back in their ambition will know that it can take just 1 or 2 people to believe in you, to make all the difference to whether you carry on or give up. I can't possibly name all the people who helped me get here, but you know who you are, and it made all the difference that you never questioned for a second that I could do this. It's so easy to quickly take for granted that we're speaking in a debate on a budget presented by the first ever woman Chancellor of the Exchequer. She will know, as well as I do, that as fairy tales our journeys may seem at their high points right now, the prejudices and obstacles that we faced and women face every day are still far too high. I've said it to many women, and I will say it to any listening now. You are as smart and as capable as you think you are. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. We need your fire. I've been in Westminster a few months now, and one thing I hear people say frequently about my predecessor, the Right Honourable Nigel Evans, was how much he loves and cares for this place that we stand in today. Mr Evans worked incredibly hard and diligently as Deputy Speaker and on the Restoration and Renewal Programme Board. We are very lucky to have this well-managed centre of debate and challenge in the UK, and I'm grateful to Mr Evans and to all those working here for upholding our exceptional standards of democracy. I promised Mr Evans on the night of the election that I would take care of the Ribble Valley constituency that I know we both love. I can already safely say that I will likewise show this incredible institution of Westminster and our strong democracy the respect and protection I know we both value so highly. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm one of those exceptionally lucky MPs who has lived in my constituency most of my life. It means I know it like the back of my hand. For better or worse, it also means I encounter situations like the other day when one of my old Brownie leaders called me over while doing the school run to raise an issue about local social housing. I'm on it, Jam, I promise. My constituency of Ribble Valley is a patchwork of our country's history and its future. In Bamber Bridge, we remember the Battle of Bamber Bridge, where locals stood up against white GIs to welcome back black US soldiers into their pubs, a brilliant example of the inclusion and multiculturalism that makes this country great. In Samlesbury, we've produced planes to protect the country since World War II, and I'm delighted that progress to establish the National Cyber Force in my constituency is well underway, which will lead our country's research and development of future security and build our skills in cyber. People are often surprised at the size of Ribble Valley constituency. Its boundaries have changed over the years, but it currently reaches from the Lancashire-Yorkshire border with picture-perfect villages like Tosside, Rimington, Waddington, West Bradford and Chipping, through to the lively suburbs of Preston, taking in Fulwood, Bamber Bridge and Walton-le Dale, almost reaching the Ribble estuary to the Irish Sea. I see the breadth of this area as its depth. We have wonderful places to live, though much could be done to keep them safer and kinder. We have great transport links with the M6 running through and only 2 hours to London on the train from Preston. And we have utterly stunning countryside, including a large part of the Trough of Bowland, where the late Queen said she would have loved to retire. Strong communities are so important to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, and both the rural and urban areas of my constituency are made up of villages, which come together to create celebrations like the Lostock Hall Carnival and the Broughton Scarecrow Festival just last week. Right in the heart of my constituency is my home village of Ribchester, where my family has lived since 1961, and I'm now raising my family. And I have to pay a quick tribute to the people of that village. From the Amateur Dramatic Society and the church, from the Brownie unit to the parish council, that village showed me the best of what it means to be British. And I look forward to this government easing the burden on families so they can spend more time contributing to these amazing communities that we all need to thrive. Madam Deputy Speaker, the only person I know who loved Ribble Valley more than I do was my dad. He travelled the world, living in big cities, in communes, dreaming of new ways we could live our lives. But I found a letter recently that he wrote to himself at age 21, where he tells of the strange pullback to our beautiful little corner of the world, where he chose to raise his family and, without knowing it, raised the Labour MP he dreamed of it having. It is my deepest sadness that my dad didn't live to see me standing in this place, but I know he relished every heated debate we had at the dinner table, and, along with my mum, one of the most intelligent women I know, I think my dad had an eye to what he was preparing me for. He was the biggest feminist I've ever known, and in me, I think he raised the second biggest. A lot of my career has included working on innovation policy, which has collided over time with my passion for social justice. I think we all need a vision to look towards, and I want us to be ambitious that our rapid advances in technology and automation should translate into greater rewards for workers. I'd like to think that it's not too utopian to hope to see us move to a standard 4-day week in my lifetime, maybe. So much of what we need in our society doesn't necessarily cost money, but it does cost time. Time to give our children focused play. Time to truly rest our bodies so that they don't crumble far too early. Time to live slowly and grow our own food so we don't keep up the huge demands on this earth. Technology can give us time if that's where we choose to channel the benefits. Before I finish, I'd like to touch on the subject that is my utmost priority for my time as an MP, and that's working families. We need to make life much more tenable, affordable, and dare I say it, more joyful for parents who want to contribute to our country and also want to raise good humans. It's also critical to me that we make sure that the children in those families get the lives, support and love they deserve too. We have a vision for an innovative and high-growth economy. We don't get innovation without diversity of thought. This Parliament is the most diverse in history, and I, as one of these new diverse members, am only able to be here with my mental health just about intact because my husband took 3 months of paternity leave with both our children. This meant that when an election was called 2 days after I was selected as the Labour candidate, I didn't have to spend a second handing childcare over to him. He already knew how to change a nappy, what to pack in a bag, and the books my children want to read at bedtime. I fully believe I would not be stood here now if he hadn't taken paternity leave. That opportunity shouldn't be rare. And forgive me, I'll speak in a heteronormative context as that is my personal experience here, but we know that still so few dads take up paternity or parental leave, and that means many women couldn't dream of putting themselves forward for political office like I did. Knowing my husband can confidently care for my children gives me time to think, to organise, to dream. There are still too many women who are not enabled to do that because their mental load fills every bit of additional brain space they have. We need the ideas and dreams of mothers and parents to propel our businesses, our public services, our society. I was delighted to join campaigning organisations Pregnant Then Screwed and the Dad Shift earlier this month to try and shift the dial on parenting equality. And I hope to see some truly ambitious step changes as our government reviews paternity leave over this coming year. Not only to create a new vision of fatherhood in this country, but also to unlock the dreams and plans of mothers, which we have been so desperately lacking, but are so desperately important. And I send a huge thank you to my incredible husband for holding the fort at home and being the foundation of me standing here today. Finally, I want to acknowledge that it takes a lot of bravery to be a girl and to be a young woman today. It always has. It's relentless and scary and exhausting, especially if you have caring responsibilities or face additional prejudices too. There are a million reasons to give up. There are a million times I almost gave up. But please don't give up, because I can promise you this. Brave girls grow up, and one day you might stand here and be the one in charge. Thank you.
Very inspirational. Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Deputy Speaker, and I do congratulate the Honourable Lady for Ribble Valley on her spirited maiden speech. And I think her speech and the other maiden speeches all underline how new members come here with goodwill in their hearts, full of good intentions and full of ideals. And it is heartening to see that on the Labour benches today and amongst my new colleagues on this side of the House and in the other opposition parties. I don't think there's any lack of good intentions in the new Labour government, but this budget did happen in something of a political bubble. Much of the Chancellor's discourse seemed to reflect a continuation of the general election campaign, which we now know could have been more honestly and openly and transparently fought by the Labour Party. But nevertheless, let's pay her the same compliment that I'm sure she believes she has produced a budget that is the best thing for this country. But when I say that this is happening in a political bubble, it was ironic that the biggest cheer from the Labour benches yesterday seemed to be for the 1p cut in draft beer duty. But I have spoken to people in the hospitality industry since the Chancellor sat down yesterday, and they described this as a shattering budget. Because, of course, what publicans and restaurateurs will have to pay their staff and pay for their staff massively dwarfs any benefit that they could possibly hand on to their customers by a 1p fuel duty cut. And in fact, most of the cost of the increases in beer that we will see as a result of this budget are as a direct consequence of the tax increases that are being inflicted on business as a result of this budget. So I'm afraid those cheers demonstrate that this budget is a complete lack of unreality about the world that we're in. I'm afraid the character of this budget reflected a reversion to the failed Labour policies of the 1960s and 70s. It was naive, for example, to believe that taxes on wealth creators and wealth creation and capital formation isn't going to drive the entrepreneurs and the leaders of business out of our country, and that is happening. It is deceiving because it is obviously a budget that reflected that the Labour's plans were not fully costed. It was destructive of wealth and wealth creators and of pensions, having massively reduced the incentive for people to save their own pension pots because they will now be taxed on what is left over at the end of their lives to hand on to their children by inheritance tax. And of course, with a streak of vindictiveness about wealth creators, I heard an honourable member opposite shout "good" when the Shadow Chancellor remarked that we're pushing up the league table of countries with a higher rate of tax across the economy beyond Germany. Good, the honourable member said from opposite. I think that kind of attitude that somehow taxation is an inherent good has limits, and we are going beyond that limit. If it was the honourable gentleman, I will certainly give way it was. Thank you for owning up.
My point to the honourable member for Harwich North Essex is what is wrong with the German economy? The German economy has consistently performed well over the last 30 years, in excess of our economy, and have a strong industrial strategy. And this government's going to introduce industrial strategy so we can have just as strong an economy as Germany and the similar tax base.
Yeah. When Margaret Thatcher was elected in 1979, we were the sick man of Europe. What she did and what Lord Howe did, what Lord Lawson did to the British economy in that period, put us on a faster growth track than the German economy. But since that time, we have been falling behind again. And this budget will help us fall behind again. And this element of this budget is just a defiance of reality, because behind the cheer for the 1p fuel duty cut is the real world outside. And I've been watching the gilt rate on my telephone, the 10-year bond rate, and it closed yesterday at 4.362% after going up substantially in the last hours of trading yesterday, and now stands at over 4.5%. That means the cost of borrowing, this budget has spooked the markets into increasing the cost of borrowing that the government is going to have to pay. The idea that this is all pain-free and getting more tax revenue in and borrowing more is going to bail out the economy, I'm afraid, is a very flawed. I don't suggest there's going to be a bond crisis tomorrow, but it's the likelihood, because we're enmeshed in a debt trap in this country, as so many other mature democracies are after the energy crisis and after COVID, that there is likely to be another liquidity crisis of some kind over the next few years. And how well prepared will this government be if it has already put up taxes and already put up borrowing to spend on more consumption rather than for our long-term economic benefit? And of course, this isn't a budget for growth, because apart from the initial year's impact of the extra spending in the forthcoming year, the throttling back of expenditure and the then declining borrowing, the burden of the extra taxes, as the Office of Budget Responsibility is perfectly clear about, actually suppresses economic growth. So it was an empty promise for the Prime Minister to say we're going to prioritise economic growth. This budget does not prioritise economic growth. It simply does not. And we've forgotten all the lessons of our economic history learned from the disastrous policies of the 60s and 70s. If socialism worked, everyone would do it. Socialism does not work. This is a more socialist government than we have seen since the 1970s. And it's forgotten what Tony Blair and Gordon Brown learned. It was Gordon Brown that cut the capital gains tax rate. It was Gordon Brown who succeeded Margaret Thatcher as Chancellor and continued with so many of those policies. It wasn't Gordon Brown that set up a ludicrous vanity project like Great British Energy, as though, I mean, he didn't believe that taking control of investment in a sector like energy would increase the wealth of the country. And all the state-owned equivalent enterprises around Europe, they all lose money. You're not going to make a return on that. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for giving way. He mentions Gordon Brown. Yesterday's budget, in fact, only starts to restore the level of government spending as a share of the economy to levels similar to that under Gordon Brown, under the last Labour government. It starts to restore the foundations of our public services. Does the Honourable Member welcome this restoration and investment?
I wish we could all have everything that we wanted. What Gordon Brown did, he inherited a golden economic legacy from the Conservatives in 1987. Yes, where debt was falling and growth was outstripping our competitors. And by the end of the decade, by the time of the financial crash in 1928, he had already increased borrowing and spending, and the consequence of the financial crash is that he achieved what every Labour government always achieves. It leaves office with higher debt, higher unemployment and higher inflation. That's what Labour governments always do, and that is what this Labour government is set to do again. The idea, I'm not going to give away any longer, but the idea that an ever larger state makes the people richer is confounded by economic experience. Just look round the world. Otherwise, the richest countries in the world will be those with the biggest state. It's businesses and free enterprise which generate the wealth that pay for the public services that we need. We can all recall Milton Friedman's 4 kinds of money. There's money, your own money you spend on yourself. Well, think about it. You spend it very carefully, you make sure you get the maximum value for money. There's money that you might spend on other people. You might buy a present for someone. You want to keep the costs down, and you're maybe not as sensitive as to whether the person really wants that gift or not. There's money, there's somebody else's money that you spend on yourself, and that's how people treat expense accounts. They go on the most expensive aeroplane they can afford, they get the biggest car their company will pay for, and then there's finally the money that people spend that is not their own money, that they spend on other people. Well, that's what governments do. And I'm afraid it's just a reality that governments are the worst allocators of resource for ensuring future wealth creation. It's just a fact. And the record will always confirm that if we want to create more wealth, the smaller the state can be, the better, the faster the economic growth can be, and the more we can afford then to spend on public services. This is a profoundly unstrategic government. Investment. Just look at what the OBR says about investment. They say tax rises in this budget weigh on real income, so private consumption falls as a share of GDP. That means people are going to be getting poorer. Corporate profits are expected to continue falling as a share of GDP in the near term, and they add business investment falls as a share of GDP as profit margins are squeezed, and the net impact of budget policies lowers business investment. Is that good for the British economy? I submit not. And what about debt? The one thing you do if you've got too much debt is not borrow more money. If you want to get out of a debt trap, if honourable gentlemen and honourable ladies opposite have surgeries with people who come to them in debt, the one thing you will not tell them is to stack up more debt. But that is what the government has chosen to do. That is not a long-term policy. And finally, what about GDP? Well, GDP, I'm afraid I take no pride in saying this, but GDP has been struggling. Growth in GDP has been struggling for a decade or more. There's no doubt about that. Yes, I don't think we did enough to dynamise the British economy. We didn't do enough, though I was very grateful for the support of the Liberal Democrats for the first 5 years of the Conservative government that helped us keep public expenditure under better control, so we could begin that process. But we should now, and as GDP per head has really been flatlining, we are falling significantly further behind the United States. But what are the trends? By 2030, on these trends, we'll be overtaken by Poland in terms of GDP per head. And what is this government doing to address the real long-term trends? Let's look to 2050. What is the shape of public expenditure going to look like 2050? This budget doesn't begin to address that. What is going to be our national debt on the long-term basis? What's happening to our demography? The ageing population, the ratio of people in work and out of work. What is this government doing to address that trend? And to address the immigration trend, because that's adding to the cost of our economy. Or to be able to increase defence. We've got former Chief of Defence Staff, former Chief of General Staff, having just told us that we could well be in a war, this country directly involved in a war within the lifetime of this Parliament. We're going to have to spend more on defence, as well as controlling the rest of the public sector. It's many, many decades ago since health, education and welfare started swamping out every other kind of expenditure in the government. And if we're going to survive as a country, we're going to have to address these very damaging long-term trends. I think I'm just drawing to a close. Forgive me. But what is the true cost of decarbonisation? That is something the government is hopelessly naive about, as though somehow investing in decarbonisation is a get-out-of-jail-free card economically, and everybody's bills are going to be coming down, when we know that anybody in the industry will tell you that that's not the case. And the need to dynamise our zombie economy is still there and being made worse by the burdens this government is inflicting upon us. How are we going to reindustrialise our economy while deglobalisation is taking away the opportunity to import all the cheap things that we used to make and we're no longer making in this country? These are the real challenges, and this budget doesn't begin to address these big strategic challenges.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak about how this budget is fixing the foundations of our economy, which could not be more important for my constituents in Glenrothes and Mid-Fife. And I listened with interest to the remarks by the Right Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex about the last Labour government. Let's just remember the last Labour government lifted 900,000 children out of poverty in this country. And what costs on our economy are caused by poverty rather than getting people into work and getting people the quality of life and living standards they deserve. Of course, because I mentioned,
an honourable member complained about food banks. Actually, food banks started under Tony Blair. So I think we need to share these problems and concerns, and we need to understand each other's different approaches to economic policy if we're going to eventually have a solid approach to reviving the economy of this country. But I'm afraid this budget doesn't do it. There will be more people under this, more poor people as a result of this budget.
The Right Member for his intervention. In Scotland, we say, facts are shields that win a ding. And the fact of the matter is that 900,000 additional children were lifted out of poverty from the previous Conservative government, and the rise in use of food banks under this administration has been exponential, to the extent that actually now we are dealing as a government with food banks who are running out of food because of the level of poverty which we are now inheriting again. But this budget will fix the foundations of our economy, will redistribute wealth, it will tackle poverty, and it will invest in growth. And that is why we can look forward to what will be achieved by this government, thanks to decisions taken by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, because the reality, for anybody who's been looking at what's been happening in Scotland, is that my constituents have suffered from two governments failing to deliver on investment and failing to deliver on growth. And their mismanagement of the public finances stands in sharp contrast to the measures brought forward by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who has taken some challenging decisions on taxation to ensure there is no return to austerity, and so we can invest in growth. And this budget gives us the chance to move on from the reckless incompetence of the Tories here in Westminster and the SNP in Holyrood, to move on from the catastrophic mini-budget of Liz Truss, a mini-budget which caused so much damage to my constituents. The member for East Grinstead and Uckfield conjured up images of Halloween in her speech, but the economic nightmare was caused by the party opposite, and it was our constituents who paid the price in their living standards. But we also, for those of us in Scotland, cannot underestimate the impact of the shambolic stewardship of Scotland's finances by the SNP. It's one thing for them to crash the finances of their own party, it's another for them to crash the finances of our country. They have completely mishandled contracts for much-needed new ferries. Other public sector projects have been overspent by millions, while others have been delayed or cancelled. And they failed to spend hundreds of millions of pounds which have been allocated to them in structural funds. Funding for our local authorities has been slashed. The housing budget has been cut, and the Institute of Fiscal Studies assessed that the Scottish health budget faced a real terms cut under the SNP in this financial year. And while we know this budget is fixing the foundations so we can deal with the reckless approach of the last government here, the SNP can't simply blame everyone else for their own mistakes, as yet again they've attempted to do over the past 24 hours. The Scottish... I will, of course, and I named it, I remember earlier, I'll take intervention.
He's making an excellent speech, of course, because he's mentioned myself and my constituency, so I'm very grateful for him for that. But in regard to blaming everyone else, he's just turned around and talked about blaming the SNP and then blaming us, etc. On that point, looking at the guilt as they are, they are worse than they have at the time that he mentioned. And there has been a merry-go-round of people in jobs for the boys when it comes to Labour. So perhaps he might want to address those points.
Well, the guilt should be on the opposite side of the house, frankly, because the fact is we inherited a £22 billion black hole in the finances in year assessed independently by the OBR. So I think that is where blame should be apportioned. But I was talking about matters in Scotland, which I'm sure will be of interest as well to the honourable member and her constituents, because the Scottish Fiscal Commission itself stated in relation to the cuts made by the SNP in their last budget that much of the pressure comes from the Scottish Government's own decisions. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome the additional £3.4 billion which will come to Scotland and our public services through this budget. But it's vital that the SNP, if they were here, learns from its mistakes and a damage they have caused starts to be undone. I don't know where they are. Perhaps they're all travelling back to Scotland in their party camper van. But my constituents cannot put up any longer with lengthening waiting lists for hospital treatment, with finding it so difficult to register for an NHS dentist, and with a high housing crisis, which means so many people do not have the homes they need or can get a foot on the housing ladder. There can also, in my constituency, now be no excuse for further delays by the Scottish Government in constructing a new health centre for Lochgelly. The SNP have promised to deliver for over a decade, but have failed to do so. In contrast, this budget sets out a different vision for our public services, investing in homes, investing in our schools. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, having worked with a disability charity Enable prior to taking my seat here, I am delighted with the announcements on social care and special educational needs. And it is astonishing to hear some members talking about our plans for wages in the social care sector, who seem to imply that our hard-working social care staff, who have such a vital role in our communities, shouldn't get a fair pay for that vital role that they carry out for us and for our loved ones. The pension triple lock is protected, and representing a constituency where there are so many former miners, 849 members of the Miners' Pension Scheme living in Glenrothes and Mid-Fife, I am delighted that this government is ensuring over £1 billion owed to our miners through their pension scheme will be returned, meaning an average of £29 a week more for each member, as my honourable friend, the member for Livingston, highlighted in his excellent maiden speech, one of so many excellent maiden speeches on this side of the House. And as so many of my constituents benefit from this government ending an injustice of the past, more can look as well to investment in our future. This budget is redistributive, but it's a budget for growth too, boosting public investment by £100 billion over the next 5 years. £125 million immediately invested in GB Energy, headquartered in Aberdeen. And how extraordinary, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when it came to the vote this week, the SNP failed to back the establishment of GB Energy. Far from standing up for Scotland, they were sitting on their hands, the ones who were actually here. Renewables is a key and growing part of not only the Scottish economy, but of our local economy in Glenrothes and Mid-Fife. And along with GB Energy, focus on establishing Scotland and the UK as a green energy powerhouse, the National Wealth Fund opens up the potential for us to invest in our renewables infrastructure. And as we seek to secure a long-term future for the methyl fabrication yard in my constituency, with 200 skilled workers and apprentices, investment in the facilities of that yard would ensure this skilled workforce can play their vital role in taking forward our ambitions for our renewables sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, in concluding, I believe it will require the election of Anas Sarwar as Scotland's First Minister to ensure we can reap all the rewards for my constituency, which this budget has set the foundations for. As with £3.4 billion extra for Scotland in this budget, as the Scottish Trade Union Congress has said, the task now falls to the Scottish Government to take the decisions needed to invest through progressive taxation into our communities and public services. The Westminster blame game is finished. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget for our public services, a budget to boost investment. This is a budget for Scotland.
Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first join you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and colleagues across the House in congratulating the honourable members for Ribble Valley, Livingston, Dagenham and Rainham and Worcester for their fantastic maiden speeches. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have heard that this budget was about fixing the foundations of our economy, as both the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have claimed. Well, if that is the case, then many of my constituents in Epping Forest will be asking what exactly will be built on those foundations. And they may well rightly be concerned that some of that building may well be on top of our precious green belt. At its heart, when fixing foundations is promised, but there is no coherent or evidence-based vision to underpin it, a misguided budget like this one is what we end up with. Before I go into further details, I must acknowledge some of the announcements in the budget that I do welcome. The freeze on fuel duty, maintained for years by our Conservative government, is very welcome for my constituents who no doubt have faced real worries about paying extra at the pump. I very much welcome the increase in SEN funding, something that is so important to support our young people with special educational needs. Now, a penny off a pint is welcome, but this is small beer for pub landlords who will struggle to pass this on when they are hit by the national insurance rises for employers and the reductions in business rates relief. Now, RAC has unfortunately blighted a number of schools across my constituency, and so the government honouring the previous Conservative government's commitment to funding rebuilding is most welcome, and I hope we see action soon. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I welcome his welcoming of the. Try not to say the word. Welcome his welcoming of the investment in the schools that have had RAC. Would he not agree with me that actually, when Essex County Council recognised the issues of RAC in our schools in 2012, that would have been the time for the government to actually spend the money on repairing the schools, so we wouldn't be in the situation we're now in?
Yeah. Thank the honourable member for his intervention. The situation with RAC has been built up over many, many years through governments of all colours, and it's important that we stand together to sort out the problem as soon as possible so that the educational experience of our young people and the staff that are teaching them is improved moving forward. So I welcome that we're going to be making progress on that, and I hope we see action soon in schools like Buckhurst Hill Community Primary and Roding Valley High, which I visited just a couple of weeks ago, and I discussed these very issues with staff and students. Unfortunately, however, in this budget, there are a number of areas, Madam Deputy Speaker, where putative short-term gain has been prioritised for little to nothing in the long term. With the NHS facing pressures, it is one thing to provide day-to-day funding on one hand, but then it is very short-sighted to potentially suspend or withdraw funding for key infrastructure projects that would tackle the long-term issues facing the NHS. Now, the rebuilds of Whipps Cross Hospital in Leytonstone and the Princess Alexandra Hospital in Harlow, promised by the previous Conservative government and now put on hold by Labour, are so... I've given away already, my honourable friend. Are so important for my constituents and their healthcare needs, not just today or tomorrow, but for the long term. While I'm pleased that the government has listened to me by honouring the Conservative commitment to our new community diagnostic centre coming to St Margaret Hospital in Epping, I really urge the government to fulfil these much-needed hospital rebuilds to address the healthcare needs of my constituents and indeed neighbouring constituents and also the neighbouring constituents of the Health Secretary. Likewise, I'll give way.
Gentleman giving way on 2 occasions. I wouldn't normally come in on a speech twice, but he has made reference to the hospital which is in my constituency, Princess Alexandra. And although we may have political differences, I welcome the opportunity to talk about Princess Alexandra Hospital as often as possible. Would he not recognise that part of the delay has been caused by actually the funding not being there for the new Princess Alexandra Hospital, and recognise the work I have done in lobbying the Secretary of State for Health, who has made a commitment for a new hospital, but recognises the challenges because the funding just wasn't there from the previous government?
My honourable neighbour for his intervention. We've got to get on with rebuilding the Princess Alexandra and rebuilding Whipps Cross, and we need to do it quickly. Now, likewise, I would urge the government to listen to my constituents' concerns about the introduction of VAT on independent school fees. This tax on education impacts not only 2,000 pupils in my constituency at independent schools, but also our excellent local state schools. Now, some families, unfortunately, will have to move their children midway through the school year or in the next year to some of these fantastic schools, some of which are already oversubscribed, impacting class sizes. Now, independent schools provide a social good in my constituency and right across the country, providing access to high-quality facilities and also providing access bursaries. Now, for many parents, Independent schools are not only a choice born out of hard sacrifice and work, but for some, the best way their children with special educational needs can be supported amidst the difficulties and delays found in the process of receiving and delivering an EHCP. Now, once again, the supposed short-term gain comes at the long-term expense of our children's futures, and the government must look again at reversing this punitive measure. Now, unfortunately, harming aspiration flows not just through this education tax, but in the measures that affect the everyday lives of working people that the Labour government claimed to speak for, if they finally actually worked out who working people are. If someone strives to own their own business, they will be forced to pay increased employer national insurance contributions for having that aspiration. Business owners will have their business rates relief cut. People who rely on the bus to get to work or appointments will be penalised by the bus fare cap increased from £2 to £3. Now, we Conservatives introduced the £2 bus fare cap that helps people in urban and rural areas alike, and we promised to deliver it for the whole of this Parliament. The Labour government has callously just ripped up this lifeline bus ticket. For pensioners aspiring to... No, I'm not going to give away, I'm going to carry on. For pensioners aspiring to live in dignity in their retirement, this Labour government has taken away their winter fuel payment. This is just wrong, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is immoral. Now, I want to say just a couple of words about national security. It is deeply disappointing that the government is not joining the calls to commit to spending 2.5% of GDP on defence now, when we really need to show our allies and indeed our adversaries where we stand. Nationally, it also seems that in the area of the government's lack of vision is food security and biosecurity. Madam Deputy Speaker, food security is national security and biosecurity is national security. Over the last 5 years, agriculture and biosecurity have faced a seismic shift as we've navigated our departure from the EU. This was an opportunity our previous government seized upon with the environmental land management schemes to ensure farmers are rewarded for feeding us whilst also protecting our precious environment, and the border target operating model to keep our food industry safe from the biosecurity risks that pose a threat to both animal and human health. The last thing this sector needed was to learn it will now not get the stability and the support of investment that is so desperately needed. To state in the budget document that farm schemes and flood defence funding are going to be reviewed is no way to treat our farmers and rural communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard a lot today about agricultural property relief. The changes to agricultural property relief could devastate our farming sector, risking decimation of the sector we rely on to feed us and to support our environment. The impact of this policy on family farms, the tenanted sector, and our food security would be untold. For families now to have their succession planning turned on its head, this inheritance tax pressure will have profound impacts on people's mental health. Farming communities face huge challenges, from shock events like floods, animal disease outbreaks, and chronic pressures with finance and rural isolation. These are people who we know are at higher risk of mental health issues and, tragically, suicide as well. Now, I say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a veterinary surgeon, a profession with similar risk factors. And gallingly, this policy decision has broken the promises that Labour has made to our farming communities. The opportunity has likewise been lost in the budget to invest in the front line of our defence against biosecurity risks. That is, the Animal and Plant Health Agency, the A-team of our national biosecurity. Now, the headquarters, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Weybridge in Surrey needs an urgent and full redevelopment, as outlined by the NAO report a couple of years ago. With biosecurity threats such as African swine fever afflicting livestock in Europe, avian influenza not gone away, and blue tongue virus bubbling away in this country, a full funding of the headquarters in Weybridge is now more urgent than ever. We cannot afford the devastation that biosecurity threats such as foot and mouth disease or African swine fever could wreak on our economy, our farmers, our food industry and rural mental health if we are not firing on all cylinders against these threats. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget's claim to fix the foundations falls short in meeting the everyday needs of the people of Epping Forest and of people right across the United Kingdom. This short-termist budget, with a lack of evidence-based decision-making, will harm our country in the long term. An urgent rethink and reversal is needed from the Treasury bench. I and my Conservative colleagues will stand up for our constituents who are going to suffer from this anti-aspirational and promise-breaking Labour budget.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just start by commending those honourable members on our side today for such wonderful maiden speeches. I am proud to support this historic budget. Our new Labour government is working tirelessly to deliver the change that my constituents in Coatbridge and Bellsill need, and this budget represents an important change and an important step towards fixing the foundations and repairing the damage caused by 14 years of economic mismanagement and fiscal vandalism by the previous government. And the scale of that challenge is immense. Public services have been pushed to breaking point, wages have been stagnant for far too long, child poverty is on the rise, and too many people in my constituency are forced to work multiple jobs just to make ends meet. And in Scotland, we've had the double whammy of two bad governments. Just like the Tories, the SNP has decimated our public services, pushed our NHS to the brink and forced Scots to pay more and get less, as was highlighted in the excellent speech by my honourable friend from Glenrothes. The budget offers significant supports to my constituents and has provided record funding for Scotland. On top of the £47 billion block grant, the level of investment in public spending outlined by my right honourable friend the Chancellor will generate an extra £3.4 billion in Barnett consequentials, resulting in the strongest settlement yet for Scotland in a devolution era. Sadly, the SNP government has not yet worked out whether they love or loathe the budget, and as my honourable friends have highlighted earlier, they're not here to tell us. But as the STUC highlighted yesterday, the blame game is now over. The SNP government has the money and they must act to address the challenges impacting Scots. This budget has also addressed a number of fundamental injustices, from the infected blood scandal to Horizon, and critical for me, the Mine Workers Pension Scheme, representing mining communities. And as a member of the Coalfields Parliamentary Group, I wholly welcome the ending of this injustice and the delivery of Labour's manifesto commitment of more than £1 billion to ex-miners. What that will mean for the retired miners in the scheme in my community is an increase of £29 a week in their pension. Ending this scandalous injustice has not been a short or easy undertaking, and I commend my predecessors and all honourable and right honourable members who have fought for many years on this before my time in this place. I also want to commend the government for their commitment to ensuring that £20 million will come to Coatbridge in my constituency through the Town Fund. The previous government announced this plan, but their fiscal irresponsibility put it in doubt. So I'm grateful to ministers for taking the time to meet with me on these matters, and delighted that the £20 million for Coatbridge is now costed and will be delivered by this Labour government. That will allow our town board to help develop and deliver a long-term local plan, support business and secure investment. I am also delighted that this budget delivers a pay rise for 200,000 Scots, the increase in the national minimum wage by 6.7%
and critically starting the journey to end age discrimination banding for 18 to 20-year-olds by increasing their wages by 16.3% is a key step, as is the 18% increase for under 18s and apprentices. Young people are not immune to the challenges of linked to the cost of living crisis and are often struggling just to make ends meet. It is unfair that for so many of them, their work, their labour, is valued less than their peers simply because of their age. It has to end, and this Labour budget has set us on a course to eradicating it. This is the first budget of this new Labour government, and it lays the foundations to deliver the change our constituents voted for. Serving in government is a privilege. It's an incredible honour that no party should take for granted. It is clear from the party opposite, from their actions, that they failed to live up to that solemn duty. They drove our country, our constituents, down a dark path of decline until they ran out of road. They tried to mask their failings with fantasy economics and imaginary money pots, and it now falls to this government to clean up their mess. And it's not the only mess that Labour will have to clean up. The SNP government is equally as hapless, and we are counting down the days to 2026 to deliver the change we need in Scotland too. After 14 years of failure, our Labour government has set a new course to restore public finances, transform public services, tackle poverty and raise living standards. This is an honest budget that doesn't cynically shrink from the challenges, but seeks to tackle them head-on. A budget that will deliver the change that Scotland needs, that Coatbridge and Bellsill needs, and it should be welcomed across the House.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first budget of a new government is always significant, but I think they've rarely been set in such tricky circumstances. It comes following a series of major shocks, some of them external and unpredictable, as mentioned on the benches over here, COVID pandemic and the energy crisis, but some of them down to policy decisions too, such as the Brexit deal and the mini-budget. And it also sits in the long shadow of the financial crisis and over a decade's worth of public services. Growth has been stubbornly sluggish. The cost of living has eroded people's wages, and as tax as a proportion of our national income has ticked up, the capability of many to contribute more has diminished. And the result of all this is that our public services are under strain, our public finances are under strain, and the British public is under strain. And so it is in this context that I try to offer a constructive opposition to the budget today, pointing out what I agree with, what I don't, and where I think it can be better. Now, healthcare is the biggest issue for my constituents, so I will start there. And on first glance, it looks like we have a big injection of cash into the NHS, and this is a relief. I previously warned about the counterproductive nature of further austerity, and I am cautiously optimistic that we might escape it in this area. But the rate at which the cash is being injected, alongside the speed at which it drops off, does present questions about how well it can be spent and what the hangover from the sugar rush might be, and this requires further scrutiny. On capital expenditure, I am glad that more broadly we are waking up to the real calculation at stake when we seek to borrow to invest in vital infrastructure. Madam Deputy Speaker, I made my maiden speech in the Budget Responsibility Bill, and I took the opportunity to encourage a change to fiscal rules. And let me tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's exactly the kind of geekery that you're going to get from me now that I'm on the Treasury Select Committee. I'll go into more detail next week about persnuffles and so on, but I'll spare the Chamber of this today. But overall, I'm pleased to see a move in that direction. And I say overall because I have to say that in my maiden, I used the example of rebuilding my local hospital as the perfect no-brainer project that could be unlocked by a greater willingness to borrow to invest. St Helier Hospital in my constituency is older than the NHS itself. Some parts of the estate are literally crumbling, and we desperately need investment in major works and a new building. So I was disappointed that we didn't receive greater assurances about the progression of that project, but I do hope to see the Health Secretary return to his chamber soon with further announcements. The other big gap from the Chancellor's budget was on social care. As my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston-Surbiton, said yesterday, it is undeniably still the elephant in the waiting room. Without addressing social care, any investment in the NHS is going to be fundamentally flawed. Billions will pour in, but it will be undermined by the failure to get people who would be better treated at home out of hospitals. And this, of course, also has a knock-on impact on local authorities. I fear that the £600 million put forward to support councils on social care yesterday will just be spread too thinly, especially when factoring in the impact of the national minimum wage and the employer NICs. So I ask the government to consider the proposal that we extend the public sector exemption to the care sector too. It also means that councils that are already on the brink are going to have some pretty unpalatable cutbacks just to survive. And that means that the mismatch between what local taxpayers pay and the local services that they receive will get worse. And I do hope we'll get much greater clarity next year on what local government can see in going forward. And my final point on the NHS relates to its potential to get our economy going again. We clearly have far too many people economically inactive due to ill health, and it's placing a huge strain on our welfare budget. And if we're honest, we don't really have enough data on what's driving it. And I'm worried that this Labour government thinks it's because we've all suddenly become a nation of shirkers. There was tough talk yesterday of carrying over the Tory plan to get more punitive on work capability assessments and chasing down benefit cheats. This might go down well in some newspapers, but I think it's the kind of demonisation of the sick that's both shameful and ineffective. And let me point to just one example. My dad, a proud scaffolder for most of his life. He's worked his socks off Monday to Saturday every week. But he's now in his late 50s, and that kind of work isn't easy. He started having trouble walking and has had to stop work. And it's taken him months to get a diagnosis. And when he finally found out that he's got a hip problem, the NHS basically told him to come back in a year and that they can't treat him until then. And he's asked what he's supposed to do about work, and they told him he'll just have to sign off sick. And I ask you, do you think that my dad enjoys doing that? I can tell you that he hates it. He's a proud working man, and he's been denied the opportunity to work. If the NHS could fix him today, he'll be back in work tomorrow. And here's my big bet. I believe that there are far more people like my dad out there than there are benefit cheats that Labour focused on yesterday. So let's have some compassion and focus on what will really get people back into work. Now, before I close, I'd like to just touch on two big elements that I plan to take up further on the Treasury Select Committee. The first is tax. And I really want our country to start having a more honest conversation about tax. Now, I know what some of the members opposite will be thinking, but the Liberal Democrats did set out in their manifesto £27 billion worth of tax and spend proposals. We did that because we knew that public services desperately needed the cash injection. But when you looked at the Labour manifesto, they did only propose £5 billion worth of tax rises. And of course, yesterday we were presented with £40 billion. Now, I'm willing to accept some of the black hole that was left behind, but those numbers still do not add up. And the Conservatives too, of course, put forward tax cuts in their manifesto and a previous budget, but it turns out that they were based on figures that were not realistic either. Tax is always something to be hit by in politics, always deemed a punishment instead of a contribution, and it leaves the debate about what fair distribution of tax is in tatters, and trust in politics plummets as a result. We all need to do much better. And my other point is about growth. We had months of pitching this budget as one about growth, yet the OBR thinks that at least over the forecast period it will be broadly flat. And so the conversation what we can do to achieve growth and how we should achieve it needs to get much more serious. And let me just add that growth in GDP, a very specific measure, should not be the sole way we evaluate a country's success. And even if you believe it should, at least recognise that growth not only has a rate, but a direction. And it's on here in this place to set that direction. Finally, I was advised recently that the key way to critique the budget is to look out for the big numbers in the Red Book that the Chancellor doesn't mention. Well, I'm going to save that, but I would like to highlight a small number that the Chancellor didn't mention, and that's the £40 million trial to a kinship care allowance. I moved into the care of my grandparents as a teenager, and they would have been immensely grateful for that support. So I welcome this trial, and I hope that it's a royal success. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Carshalton and Wellington for his comments about kinship allowance, which I will address further in due course, but it is helpful when we have constructive opposition. I would, however, like to take this opportunity to remind him, when he talks about the difficulties in obtaining NHS treatment, of the 5 years that the Liberal Democrats spent working alongside the Conservatives to bring about cuts to our NHS and many, many other vital services, including the police and so much more. I will leave it at that. But thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I would like to congratulate my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for this budget, which is clearly the start of a new chapter in making Britain better off. I can see very clearly how it links into our Labour target of securing the highest sustained growth in the G7. Our other missions as well, of having an NHS fit for the future and breaking down barriers for opportunity. It's very clear that there is a strategy here around achieving aspiration and providing people with support, and that those two things coming together can truly combine to make our country great again. The first thing I want to say, though, that is local to my Congleton constituency is about the work that will continue now at pace to deliver hospitals affected by the rat crisis. That includes Leighton Hospital in Crewe, which serves many of my constituents. In terms of that rat crisis, that hospital in Crewe still has paper notes. It doesn't have an electronic record system. Probably the major reason for that is that it spent over £100 million in the last few years just on propping up its walls. And if you have to spend that kind of failure spend on sustaining the very basic physical infrastructure of a hospital, you can't do the investment that is the NHS fit for the future that we all want to see. I am really looking forward to being part of a government that enables us to do that sort of forward-thinking work, where we stop making short-term decisions that simply prevent any of us from having the access to the care that we need and from working in a rational manner. You can see that people within the NHS are really grateful for us to be moving forwards in these directions, and I know that the doctors and nurses in my constituency will be grateful for the support. The NHS has been broken, but this budget does begin to fix it. Our social care system has also had really significant challenges in recent years. Again, this budget begins to fix that, alongside the £600 million grant support for local authorities. I'm also so pleased to hear about the £86 million increase in the Disabilities Facilities Grant, which will enable us to support 7,800 more home adaptations. And I think we all know that really people want to stay in their homes for as long as possible, and it is our duty as a government to facilitate that for people. Similarly, I'm pleased to see the 4.1% uplift in the state pension triple lock, which will enable more than £475 per year to be given to many, many pensioners across the country. We're also going to see the biggest ever cash increase in the earnings threshold for carers allowance. This means that many more thousand carers in my constituency can increase their income, which is so important for people's dignity, and many more people will be able to access carers allowance for the first time. Thank you. I also want to say an enormous thank you to the kinship carers in my constituency. Those grandparents, older siblings, aunts and uncles, extended family members and family friends who are looking after children. They will welcome the announcement of the £44 million to support kinship and foster carers, including in the new kinship allowance trial. Speaking of children, I move to schools. Schools across the country are crumbling. RAC schools have specifically hit the headlines, but actually there are many, many other fundamental structural problems in many of our schools, which the previous government's scrapping of the Building Schools for the Future programme decimated overnight. This budget will begin to fix those problems with £1.4 billion to deliver classrooms that children can learn in and thrive in, and a £2.3 billion increase in the core schools budget to support the recruitment of 6,500 new teachers. It will also enable us to properly fund pay rises for the public sector, which are so important to retaining the experienced teachers on whom we are reliant. I am so delighted that £1 billion of that £2.3 billion increase will go towards fixing our special educational needs system and systems for disabled children within education. It is so important that we get that right, and I know that parents within my constituency and their children are desperately reliant on us for it. Our childcare system has also been struggling, and that has had huge implications, again, for the ability of parents to go to work. This budget, again, will begin to fix that by allocating £1.8 billion to continue the expansion of government-funded childcare, which will, as I mentioned, help people to stay in and return to work. More than a quarter of children in my constituency of Congleton live in relative poverty after housing costs. The rollout of free breakfast clubs in primary schools is a very welcome measure to help struggling families. Moreover, the increases in the national minimum wage will be absolutely enormous in terms of the impact that they will have on families and on child poverty. 70% of children in this country who are growing up in poverty live in a family with at least one working parent. It is low wages that are causing these problems, and I'm very pleased to see that we are addressing them. Our roads have also been broken by 14 years of austerity, and again, this budget will begin to fix those. The investment of £500 million is a good start to fix the additional 1 million potholes per year. I know that drivers in my constituency will also welcome this, as well as the continued fuel duty freeze. Businesses will, of course, welcome many of these steps as well. Whilst we're increasing the national living wage to support workers, we're also supporting small businesses through an increase in the employment allowance, fairer business rates, start-up loans, growth hubs, and the new National Wealth Fund. I know small businesses in my constituency will also welcome the funding the Chancellor has committed to tackling shoplifting. This affects all of our shopping bills, and it's worth billions of pounds every year to the economy. Shopkeepers in my constituency recently told me and the Cheshire Police and Crime Commissioner Dan Price that they've given up trying to report shoplifting in many instances because it simply is not a good use of their time. I'm so pleased that we will be beginning to address this. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are beginning to get the fundamentals right. There have been so many counterproductive cuts that undermined our national productivity under the last government. This budget doesn't stand alone as a one-off event. It is part of a coherent set of plans to ensure our public services are reformed and that we are able to develop governmental, cross-departmental working and deliver what working people need to have a good quality of life and NHS there when they need it and work that pays. I look forward to working with business people in my constituency and with families to ensure that we get the delivery of this right over time. But right now, this looks to me like a solution that will begin to fix the NHS and social care, that will rebuild hospitals, that will rebuild schools, that will fix the SEND system, and will rebuild the confidence in our public services and in the economy and in our future as a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to follow the honourable member for Congleton. It's enlightening for me, listening to her, because she lists a huge array of things where the government are now going to be spending a lot more money, all very good causes and absolute benefit to the people of our country. The one problem I've got, listening to the Honourable Lady and all honourable members opposite, is that we don't have any money left. We've spent it all. After the pandemic, £500 billion had to be spent on that. No one's mentioned that, I notice. We are effectively running on tick. We are living beyond our means. We're spending money we don't have. And all that we're doing, all laudable though it may be, to spend the money we're discussing today, all that we are doing, Madam Deputy Speaker, is handing huge debts to future generations. So I have to remind members opposite that every Labour government we have ever had in my lifetime has left this country with higher debt, more unemployment and an economy in a worse state. And I would also remind honourable members opposite that in 1979, that is when, after years of failed socialist government, we finished up having to rebuild the economy with a Prime Minister then who had the determination to do what was right for our country, which led to years of prosperity after those economic reforms. Yes, I'll certainly give way.
First of all, it sounds like he's giving up on Britain. He seems to say there's no point in trying to find a better future for ourselves because there's no money left, and they've left us no money. But also, will he also recognise that the level of debt that was left in this country after the end of this Conservative administration was twice that was left in 2010 by the Labour government?
Forgets about the costs of the pandemic and the associated costs of that. And the reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have to create the wealth before we spend it. And I've heard for many years members opposite talking about how to spend money. I very rarely hear how we actually create the wealth that we need to spend on our public services, and that's where it all goes wrong. So, no, I won't give way. Madam Deputy Speaker, so the Chancellor, hearing her yesterday, she paints a dire picture of our country's future. Under Labour, it is not the economy that is booming, rather it is the size of the state, with an ever-increasing burden of taxation on working people. Under this government, it is not, in my constituency, businessmen of Romford who are being supported for future success of their enterprise, but it's the climate alarmist with a public energy company that will not even produce any energy. How sensible is that, Madam Deputy Speaker? It is not the young family in areas like Collier Row or the pensioner in Rush Green, both in my constituency, who are being supported, for example, but a decrease in stamp duty or help with energy payments, but rather, of course, it's the union bosses who are able to deliver overinflated pay rises to the public sector. And of course, the private sector is once again paying for that. Despite the government's talk of growth, this budget is preparing us for the return of the dark days of the 1970s, with hard-working people paying the price. Indeed, they are also lacking in their aspiration for this country, that they do not only want the Office of Budget Responsibility to mark their homework, it seems to me that they want the OBR to do their homework completely, even gifting the OBR more powers, as was outlined in the King's speech. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain's potential is far greater, in my view, than a high-tax, low-growth and dysfunctional big state. Far from giving up on Britain, as the Honourable Member said a moment ago. Quite the opposite. I love this country, I believe in this country, and I hate to see what socialism has done to this country over the years, always ending in a worse situation than they started. And it's always, Madam Deputy Speaker, Conservative governments that have to come in and pick up the pieces and restore the economy back to prosperity and vibrancy again. And in 5 years' time, I'm sure we will have to do the same. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is now clear that under this Labour government, the British people face a tyranny of taxation. Not content with the record-breaking tax burden, which is already existing, Labour is adding to the load on the shoulders of hard-working people. Under Labour, it will be harder than ever to buy a property. For my constituents in Romford, who are lucky enough to own their own home, their journey to work is going to be even more expensive than it is already under the control of the Mayor of London, Mr Khan, with the rise in bus fares. When you get to work, my constituents will take home far less in their pay packet due to the increase in national insurance paid by employers, of course passed to employees. That's clearly what's going to happen. Nothing but a stealth tax by this supposedly transparent Labour government. It's job-destroying. I've already had businesses on to me in my constituency telling me that they won't be employing people because of this increase, this reckless increase in national insurance. And you might even lose your job. My constituents, all of our constituents, will lose their jobs as businesses struggle. They will lose their jobs as businesses struggle with the national insurance increase. The costs of this will be phenomenal, and the growth crushing in growth-crushing capital gains tax increase, in addition, that's also going to have a big impact. Then, as if that wasn't all enough, when you sadly pass away, the Labour government wants to make it even harder to pass on what someone has earned throughout their life to their loved ones, through expanding inheritance tax to pensions and so on. You know, I think it's incredibly cruel to do that, and I think that paying tax throughout your life and then paying more tax when you die, really, is that the kind of thing that a Labour government should be doing? It's really going to harm a lot of families who will inherit and will not be able to because the cash grab from this particular budget. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government, I don't believe, is pro-worker at all. It cannot even define what a worker is. Labour used to be the party of the state from cradle to grave. Now it seems to be the party of taxing my Essex constituents from cradle to grave and beyond. It's been a very Essex-weighted debate today with my honourable friends from Epping Forest, from North Essex, from Maldon, I think Harlow, honourable gentleman over and others. And it is the very people in my county of Essex who are very, very disillusioned by all this, because they're aspirational, they're hard-working, they're market traders, you know, they're small business people. They're going to be devastated by all of this, and I do warn members opposite that they're going to find this out when they next knock on some doors in the constituencies that they represent. As Margaret Thatcher warned us, any government that imposes... Well, she did rescue our country's economy, let's be honest about this. She really did, and we're still benefiting today from the reforms that she introduced. So, as Margaret Thatcher said, any government that imposes high taxation is taking power away from the people and giving itself power over the people. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, taxation at some level is always necessary. It has to be in place to support our nation's armed forces, supporting families, protecting pensioners and investing in necessary infrastructure and public services for the future. But what is this Labour government doing with all of this hard-earned money that the working people of this country have created? I think they're going to be spending billions of pounds on things that will go to waste. I mean, to give an example, OK, I will give way, yes.
Under the previous government of dodgy PPE contracts that actually didn't go to be spent on PPE. Don't you think that's the sort of waste that our government should be clawing back?
I have to say, I agree with him. I agree with him. The last government wasted a huge amount of money. And no wonder, no, they did. And no wonder we lost the election. But this is actually not a political point. This is about how we run the country effectively and efficiently. My honourable friend from North Essex made a whole range of very, very serious points about how we're going to survive as a country. You cannot keep spending money like this. It doesn't work. In the end, future generations will suffer because of it. The last government failed, but this government is going way further. This simply is all unaffordable, and I do worry about the future of our country if we can't see where this will eventually lead. So, the Labour government are spending billions of pounds on a renewable energy company which will not produce any energy, another vanity project. They are spending billions of pounds on public sector wage hikes. They are pouring even more taxpayers' money into public services with virtually no concrete productivity targets. Of course I will.
The honourable member for giving way. Does he not accept that those pay rises are actually going to hard-working people who are in themselves taxpayers?
Look, we have to live within our means. I don't object to money being spent wisely and sensibly. Of course I don't. That's the role of any government that is in power, to ensure that the money we spend goes to where it's really needed in our country. The problem I've got is that all this is unaffordable, and we are, I think it is, about 100% of GDP in debt. Now, that's the highest it's ever been in our entire history. You can't go on doing this. Eventually, this will all come crashing down, and all of us in this House who let this happen without speaking out, as I'm doing today, we will all have to take responsibility when future generations have to pick up the pieces, because we can't afford the debts we're getting into. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, if hard-working people are being taxed, they rightly expect money to be put to good use to boost infrastructure. Local services and economic growth is what we should be focusing, not ideological consumption. Again, the people of Romford, my constituency, and throughout the borough of Havering and throughout the county of Essex will be rightly outraged that there is so much unfairness, particularly in regards to local government funding. The funding formula hasn't been addressed, from what I can see, in this budget. And this is a very serious issue in the London Borough of Havering, which is where my constituency is based. Despite the greatest example of tax and spend that I can ever remember since I've been an MP, nothing has been done to address this very serious problem. So the funding formula is unfair, outdated, and it is discriminatory and fails to address local demographic shifts. Local people, businesses and public services are the bedrock of our economy and are facing acute financial pressures in my constituency. They deserve an ambitious programme of reform so that the money we are paying in can be spent on our local services instead of closing down libraries, closing down facilities, which my local council is now engaging in, necessarily, sadly so, because of the lack of funding. Although I do believe that it's about priorities and my local council shouldn't be closing libraries, but at the end of the day, we are not being funded fairly, and the government really needs to address this, because if local services are not being provided, then people are going to be very angry, very disillusioned, and local communities will be harmed. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak not only for Essex and the surrounding London boroughs, but for all hard-working people across the length and breadth of this country, when I say that the United Kingdom has no place in being a high-tax, low-growth and low-aspiration nation. If the Chancellor wants to see growth, I encourage her to look to the nations whose economies are expanding much faster compared to the sluggish and rather depressing growth forecasts she outlined only yesterday. Whether they be in North America, Asia or Europe, the formula of some of these countries is the same. Low taxes that give the people back the money that is rightly theirs, policies that incentivise enterprise and growth in the economy, and a lean state with minimal regulation. Investment is critical in infrastructure, and truly local public services, of course, are vital for local people, and these create a basis also for private investment. So, in Britain, cutting red tape and reaping the benefits of Brexit, if taken advantage of, we really should be doing this, they will attract booming business and stimulate success. The mantra of the state should not be, the mantra that the state should be managed decline needs to be rejected. The British people deserve better than this. I therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, encourage the government not to follow the examples of the failed Labour governments that are listed throughout history, but rather than the nation-saving policies that were embarked upon in 1979 by a Prime Minister who had the vision of a greater Britain and a more prosperous United Kingdom. We must pursue an agenda for low taxes, economic growth and an efficient state that improves public services, that look after the elderly and those truly in need. The people of this country do not want and simply cannot afford a return to red-blooded socialism, discriminating against hard-working people, decimating our economy, destroying jobs, curtailing growth and restricting freedom. The British people need a small state that works, not a bloated state that holds our country back.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an honour to follow the honourable gentleman, even though I fundamentally disagree with everything that he said. I know we take that in the right spirit. And I would also like to congratulate all of our colleagues who made their maiden speeches. The speeches were fantastic, moving, and I wish them all a really wonderful time in this Parliament and hopefully in Parliaments to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, progressive governments are judged on delivering higher standards, and I welcome the direction of travel that our first woman Chancellor set out yesterday. It's good to hear that for the first time the national minimum wage will take into account the cost of living in its calculation, and I also welcome the step towards a single adult wage rate, with the 18 to 20-year-olds receiving a 16.3% increase, and hope these kind of revisions will continue. They're both a valuable example of the change a Labour government makes to low-income households. For me, a key feature of this budget is that it can actually safeguard existing jobs in the North East and help create new jobs, well-paid jobs for the people I represent. One of the biggest sectors in our North East industrial base is the offshore energy sector. That is, oil and gas companies that work in the North Sea and the associated supply chain. We're proud to have those jobs in my constituency, and we must anchor them here in the UK and avoid them being attracted overseas. Last year in Newcastle-upon-Tyne, East and Wallsend, the offshore sector added 2 million in GVA and supported thousands of jobs. That's just a snapshot in the region where the sector contributed £416 million and over 4,500 good jobs overall. I'm pleased that my right honourable friend also recognises the reality that oil and gas is going to be essential for our economy and energy security still for decades to come, especially as, if we misstep, we will simply rely on imports that are more expensive, have a higher carbon footprint and don't deliver any tax yield. This government has committed to ensuring that the North Sea is managed in a way that does not jeopardise jobs and continues to attract necessary investment. With the delivery of net zero and the energy transition as an exciting prospect. A successful homegrown energy transition has the biggest potential to deliver the economic growth the country needs. And I know that the Oil and Gas Centre and its representative body, Oil and Offshore Energies UK, found yesterday's budget encouraging. They are grateful for the positive engagement from the Secretary of State and the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Exchequer Secretary that took place over the summer. They also recognise the energy profit levy served a purpose, but the commitment to look at unwinding it and finding a new permanent regime can also give the confidence companies and investors need to invest in our UK. I look forward to helping ministers succeed, but I will also be holding them to account. I will also hold to account the industry as to its commitment to support workers, deliver on commitments on a fair transition, retraining and working standards for all. And I know as well that the trade unions are keen and willing to play their part. If we get this right, Oil and Gas UK estimates that with the right investment environment, UK offshore energy companies could invest $200 billion in homegrown energy this decade alone, supporting the UK to reach 50 gigawatts of wind, 10 gigawatts of hydrogen, oil and gas demand, and scaling at least 4 CCS clusters by 2030, an exciting prospect indeed. Moving away from the economy and onto local government, I welcome the 6% real terms increase in spending on SEND and alternative provision. The SEND system is broken. In my constituency, children have been held back from flourishing and reaching their true potential. The £865 million to help plug deficits is a movement in the right direction, and I urge the Chancellor to build on this, moving into the spending review in the spring. I would also at this point like to advise and tell the Chamber that today Karen Clark, Longbenton Councillor, has been selected as Labour's candidate for the North Tyneside 2025 mayoral election. Karen herself welcomes the Chancellor's historic budget and looks forward to promoting the budget's promised investment for local government during her forthcoming campaign. On social security, the reduction in the deductions cap will help to minimise the financial impact of debt repayments, with those benefiting keeping up an extra £420 a year. It's a smart, fiscally neutral way to help reduce negative household budget and raise living standards. However, the commitment to deliver the Conservative plan to reform the work capability assessment and to deliver the inherited savings has worried many with limited capability for work and work-related activity. And I hope the House will be given time to examine and debate this when the proposals are outlined in greater detail. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a chair for the APPG on responsible vaping, I have concerns about the announced tax on vaping liquid from 2026. There are still 6 million smokers who have yet to make the switch to vaping. To now put a tax on vaping will only serve to discourage these smokers to quit. The vaping tax proposed by the Chancellor is unsustainably high at 22 pence per mil of vape liquid. This will make the UK's tax one of the highest in Europe. This tax will also hurt working people throughout the North East who rely on vaping to keep them off cigarettes. Currently, many stores will sell vaping liquid for refillable devices for 99 pence. Under the Chancellor's proposals, this will increase by 267% to £3.64. Access to vaping liquids is not what is driving youth vaping. The government is already looking to address this through the Tobacco and Vapes Bill. I fear this tax on vapes will help people who have made the decision to switch from smoking to the less harmful alternative, a decision which has already saved the NHS tens of thousands of pounds per person. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday's budget has renewed the hope of ordinary people that the future can be different. A Labour budget for lower-income households, working people and children. Our public services can be rebuilt, living standards can begin to turn around, and our politics can deliver progress again.
Dr Scott Harper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I have to say, it's been a real privilege to share this session with so many maiden speeches this afternoon. It's something I didn't expect. And I know the member for Ribble Valley is not in her place just now, but I'm sure her father would have been really proud of her, and her husband. And I have to say that I have a fantastic charity in my constituency called Dad's Rock, which supports dads, gives them confidence. And it sounds like her husband is a dad which does rock, which has been good. The other thing that's been remarkable about this session is that Margaret Thatcher has been invoked quite a few times. Quite unusual for me for her name to be mentioned so many times when I'm around. But I'm sure my colleague from Glenrothes and Fife will agree with me that I grew up in Fife during the 1980s, but the impact that she had there is still felt today. The rapid deindustrialisation of proud communities, people still feel that impact today. And I'm sure my colleague still gets casework around the impacts of that. I also have to say I was quite emotional yesterday when the speech was delivered by the Chancellor. Fantastic speech. I was a little bit hoarse today. There was all that emotion yesterday during the speech, I have to say. But this is the budget our country needs. And I have to say, the IMF agrees, which is absolutely incredible. That was great news to wake up to this morning. If you're a Labour MP, I expect colleagues from other parties were less happy with those comments. The chances of being elected were always slim, but I promised those I met on the campaign trail that Labour will get our country back on track. And yesterday's budget is proof that we are serious about that. You've spent the weeks since the election cleaning up the mess which was left by others, but the budget sets down the foundation for what we want to do next. It's a transformative budget, and I can't believe we're achieving so much in our first budget, but it is only the start. It's the start of a real change for our country. This budget will work for both the working people who call Edinburgh South West their home, but also the young and retired people who deserve well-funded public services. The measures that we set out yesterday are a reset, establishing the tone for the remainder of this Parliament and the coming decade, not just 5 years. Gone are the irresponsible commitments without plans for follow-through that we've been dealing with since the election, and now the grown-ups, it feels, are now running the country. Yeah. We have a budget that provides stability to encourage growth and investment in our nation's infrastructure and our public services. After reading through the details of the budget, it was clear that when Anna Sarwar, my colleague, said, "Read my lips, no more austerity under Labour," he meant it, and the Chancellor has delivered it. The budget will deliver for the people of Scotland with a record-breaking £47.7 billion for the Scottish Government's budget in 25-26. This has the potential to be entirely life-changing, not just for my constituents, but for people right across Scotland. The Chancellor yesterday proved that when Labour wins, Scotland wins, with the measures announced resulting in more investment per head of population in Scotland than in the rest of the UK. The Scotland Office is now equipped with a budget so it can go on trade missions around the world, selling brand Scotland, bringing new investment and custom to countless Scottish businesses. And, Mr Speaker, 200,000 of the lowest paid Scots will also feel the benefit in their pay slips. And we will close the age banding on the living wage, something that I think has always been unacceptable. The budget has protected the working Scots and has laid the foundation for a new era of investment and growth in Scotland, raising money from those with the broadest shoulders. With all this in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker, I find it rather embarrassing that members from the SNP are talking with a straight face about this being an austerity budget. It's almost like they wrote their speech before they heard the budget. It's quite curious. I can only guess others have commented that none of them are here today. I can only guess they're busy rewriting their lines and thinking how they're going to respond to this. But I do think a lot of people in Scotland would find it unacceptable that none of those members from the SNP are here today to engage in this debate. Is it not time that when the UK Labour government has given the Scottish Government its largest ever funding settlement, the SNP begin to take responsibility for their own mismanagement of Scotland's finances? In government, the SNP have wasted millions on pet projects rather than the services that so many Scots rely on. We've had ferries with painted windows. And as I speak, a hospital in Edinburgh is being closed as an emergency action because of a lack of maintenance. And this isn't a small hospital, it's the I Pavilion. It caters for 1,400 outpatients per week, and it's been closed almost overnight. It's a planned process, but it's a process that's been forced. Absolutely incredible and shameful. In parallels with this, the local authorities have been starved of cash, and our towns and cities have found their public services decimated. On Tuesday, I met with third sector groups in my constituency who were preparing to make staff redundant due to the pressures caused by SNP cuts, the pressures of SNP cuts on social care. At 12:10 yesterday, just as the Chancellor was getting ready to speak, I received a WhatsApp message from a GP serving one of the most deprived parts of my constituency. She described the cuts to those social care services in Edinburgh as catastrophic and devastating. At 11:15 last night, I received an email from an MP, a GP, making exactly the same points. The SNP will blame Westminster or her austerity at this. But the reality is that is mince. That's a Scottish phrase, Madam Speaker. The Scottish Government's own decisions are to blame for much of the pressure facing Scotland's finances. That is not just my view, that's the considered view of the official economic forecaster in Scotland. But this budget represents the Scottish Government with a choice. It can use the record funding to own its own problems, the problems that it created, and get our public services back on track, including those social care services I talked about. The only alternative to this is handing over power to Anna Sarwar in Scotland, because more Godal can't be an option, but I really do fear that's what we're going to get. And if the SNP are not up for that challenge, then the Scottish Government is ready to step in. My constituents more than most know the impact of the SNP's cuts and mismanagement, with Edinburgh being the worst funded local authority in Scotland. So Scotland's capital is Scotland's worst funded local authority. It's high time that with this additional funding, the Scottish Government do the right thing and stop starving our council for the resources it needs. Councillor Camady, Edinburgh's council leader, made that demand yesterday. And let's hope that funding could be a lifeline to those social care providers. In 2026, Scottish voters will have an opportunity to elect a Scottish Labour government that will work hand in hand with this UK Labour government to continue to deliver for the people of Scotland. However, until then, it will be us Scottish Labour MPs on this bench with me today and others, and our colleagues at Holyrood and in council chambers who will hold the Scottish Government to account on what they choose to spend this additional funding on. After all, it's the case that the Scottish Government hasn't just needed more cash, it's needed to get better at spending it, and I think that's something we all agree on. And to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, we saw yesterday that what a Labour Chancellor can do to turn around the lives of working people, even in the face of a shocking legacy handed us by the Conservatives. This government has given the Scottish Government all the financial tools they need to succeed. Just imagine how truly transformative it would be if we had a Scottish Labour Finance Secretary working in partnership with a Labour Chancellor here in London. Yeah. And that is our goal. Thank you, Madam Labour.
Linger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's been a real pleasure to listen to so many excellent maiden speeches this morning and so many of my colleagues saying such positive words about a budget which I'm so excited to support. In fact, every single member seated on this side of the chamber represents a mandate given by the British people when they voted for change on July the 4th. But the change they voted for was not just for Labour members to sit on these benches and continue the last government's failed policies of austerity and decline. On July the 4th, people voted to see real change. And I'm delighted to say this budget has set us on a path that will change our country for the better. This budget begins the process of fixing the foundations of our broken economy. It sets in motion the investment needed to deliver change. And this budget remains steadfast that no working person will see higher taxes in their payslips. Madam Deputy Speaker, the country knows the party opposite failed us. A cost of living crisis, a shoddy Brexit deal, and a dreadful mini-budget that fractured our economy. And it's working families in towns like Halesowen who felt their failures the hardest. People from across my constituency have shared countless stories of their struggles to cope. Their bills going up, their wages stagnating, and no help coming from the government. The last 5 years were the first Parliament in modern history where living standards were lower at the end than they were at the start of the Parliament. And people have been exasperated with our public services, watching relatives waiting months and years for NHS treatment, seeing their local services close, and the public infrastructure crumbling around them. They were tired of living under a government that didn't deliver on its commitments, tired of seeing our public services getting worse year after year, and tired of waiting for a government that will genuinely bring about lasting change. Yesterday, I was proud to listen to the Chancellor as she set out the plan to change our country. I was delighted to hear our focus on fixing the foundations of our economy, real investment in our public services, and rightly putting the burden on those with the broadest shoulders. And with each announcement, I began piecing together what this means for our community in Halesowen. This budget delivers a real difference for those most in need of help. An increase in the national living wage of 6.7%, putting £1,400 more in the pockets of retail workers, pub staff and many others. An increase of the carers limit to £196 a week. Carers charities in my constituency, like We Love Carers, have said how this will make a vital difference to them. It will allow people on really low incomes to earn that little bit extra to support their families. And a £25 billion investment in our NHS, meeting our promise to bring waiting times down to no longer than 18 weeks, just as they were under the last Labour government. But what I'm most pleased to see is the funding secured for our town centres and our local communities. It pains me to say it, but our high streets have struggled over recent years. I've seen many independent shops close, and our community centres are really struggling. So I was delighted to see the government providing £1 billion to support our high streets and our communities, and the infrastructure that will support the people across of Halesowen. This included £20 million to regenerate Halesowen Town Centre, and an additional £20 million to redevelop Hayden Hill Leisure Centre in Cradley Heath. Both really important projects that were promised under the last government, but no funding was provided. So I'm delighted to see this government has made that available. People deserve better. Hales Owen deserves better. It is a time for revitalisation, and these commitments will do just that. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget sets a precedent. This is a government laser-focused on delivering for our communities. It is a budget for growth, a budget for investment, a budget for fair taxation, a budget for workers, a budget for stability. It is a Labour budget. I am proud to support this budget, a budget that will change our country, and I am hopeful for the years ahead.
Thank you much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by congratulating all of those on this side of the House who have made their maiden speeches this afternoon. It's been absolutely fantastic to hear all of those stories. Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been a long, long 14 years since we had a government and a budget that will deliver for Scotland, for the UK and for working people. 14 years of austerity, 14 years of chaos, 7 chancellors, 19 fiscal events, and not one of them delivered a thing. Opposition MP after opposition MP, wherever they've gone, were standing there welcoming investment. I want a new hospital. I want this. I want that. And not one of them had an idea about how to pay for it. I was proud to sit and listen to a Chancellor yesterday who was being honest with the British people. Honest about the mess that was left. Honest about the spending that we are going to make and the improvements we are going to make, and honest about how we are going to pay for it. That is what changed yesterday as we heard the first female Chancellor deliver the first Labour budget in 14 years. And what a budget it was, boosting public investment by over £100 billion, maintaining the fuel duty freeze and 5% cut vital to families and small businesses in Dunfermline and Dollar and across Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom, alongside supporting the take-up of electrical vehicles, abolishing non-dom tax loopholes, raising £12.7 billion, increasing, extending and reforming the energy profits levy as we promised to do, kick-starting GB Energy, headquartered in Aberdeen, to deliver the clean energy and clean green jobs that we will need for the future. And despite it being described opposite as a vanity project by many members, that GB Energy will deliver the infrastructure that this country needs, that they failed to deliver in 14 years. Increasing the employment allowance for small businesses to £10,500, and as someone who used to run a small business, I know how well that will be received. Preserving the state triple lock on pensions, which will see over 12 million pensioners gaining up to £475 next year. An uplift of £2.9 billion for the defence budget, while maintaining £3 billion in annual support to Ukraine for as long as it takes. In Scotland, this UK Labour government, as has been mentioned by my honourable friends already, will be delivering a total of £47.7 billion, the largest settlement in the history of devolution. That is an additional £1.5 billion for the Scottish Government this financial year and an additional £3.4 billion next year. Of course.
It's a bonanza of expenditure, a lot of money being spent there. Could he please clarify, he did say earlier he's going to explain how it's going to be paid for. Would he please, just for clarification, explain where all this money is coming from and how we're going to pay off the debt long term?
Chancellor outlined all of that absolutely perfectly yesterday, and I would never seek to improve upon the performance of a fantastic Chancellor, as we heard from just yesterday. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, while the rest of the UK has only had to endure 14 years of incompetence of the Conservatives, in Scotland we have suffered even more. We have had 17 years of the SNP blaming the Tories for their own economic incompetence and decisions. Years of 2 failed governments, content to play political games rather than come to the help of the people of Scotland. I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend.
My honourable friend is making an excellent speech. I would just ask him, we are in a situation following the budget yesterday where there has been a significant increase in investment for further education, which is critical for delivering the skills revolution that we need in Scotland. Further education has been decimated by the SNP government. Does my honourable friend agree with me that the Scottish government needs to recognise the important steps taken by the Chancellor and follow suit?
It is an absolutely excellent point, and as myself and other members of Parliament from Fife know, we are celebrating the 125 years anniversary of Fife College, and I'll be attending a dinner of theirs later on this week, and I will be making exactly that point to those who are attending. Further education is absolutely critical in providing the skills that Scotland needs, a point I raised yesterday during questions to the Secretary for Scotland, specifically around the defence sector, but that is absolutely right, and where we will be able to make sure that the investment being provided by this government is actually used best in Scotland to develop the skills that we need. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I say, we've had 2 years of 2 failed governments, but that time is coming to an end. It will only truly end in May 2026, when the people of Scotland have the opportunity to elect a Scottish Labour government. But before they exit to stage right, Madam Deputy Speaker, although they seem to have exited the chamber throughout this debate, I would urge the SNP to use this record funding wisely and start delivering for the people of Scotland. The SNP must abandon their own austerity programme of cuts to public services and a focus on their own pet projects as they have gone along. They might be on their way out the door, Madam Deputy Speaker, but at least they owe the people of Scotland is not to leave the same kind of mess as their partners in constitutional distraction, the Tories, have left for the rest of the UK. That includes projects such as the Kincardine Health Centre in my own constituency, like my honourable friend, the member for Mid-Fife and Glenrothes, a health centre that's been delayed by over a decade after being promised by the SNP. Madam Deputy Speaker, finally, alongside good news we heard from the Chancellor outlining the mess, the legacy of the 14 years the Conservative government has left us, with announcements around where they made announcements with no funds actually allocated. Among those empty promises from the benches opposite was the £5 million of cultural funding they promised to the city of Dunfermline in my constituency. While it is absolutely clear the blame for this lies with the previous government, nonetheless it is disappointing for the city of Dunfermline that the government has been forced to review and consult on this funding. Dunfermline is an old city and the historic capital of Scotland, but only was officially awarded city status in 2022. It is a growing city and one which has the potential to be the driving force for the economy of Scotland. To achieve that, however, we need the right investment and support. As the consultation on cultural funding is underway, prior to the budget, I also wrote to the Chancellor of the Exchequer asking for assistance and support to find a small amount of investment for the Port of Rosyth in my constituency that would enable a new regular passenger and freight service between Scotland and the continent. With major local employers such as Maui and Amazon UK in the area, a ferry service to Europe would further strengthen their position as major contributors to the Fife economy and provide the option of more environmentally friendly logistics by removing truck journeys from the road. Both the previous UK Conservative government and the current SNP Scottish government have talked about supporting this project, but neither have been willing to make the necessary investment. Having been failed by the last government promising money they didn't have, will ministers meet with me and others behind these plans to find ways of funding that commitment perhaps in the future? Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday we truly turned the page on 14 years of Tory austerity and have given the UK and Scotland the chance to grow and succeed once again, and I will be the proudest Member of Parliament in this House to support this budget, which is fixing the foundations of our country and setting us on a path for prosperity and growth in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to rise as Dartford's first Labour MP for 14 years, to welcome the first Labour budget for 15 years. And just before I do welcome that budget, I do want to pay tribute to those who have made their maiden speeches this afternoon. They've been inspiring, they've been personal, they've talked about their own journeys and they've talked lovingly about their constituencies as well. So thank you very much for those and congratulations to them. Madam Deputy Speaker, Dartford, like much of the country, is at a crossroads after more than a decade of Conservative failure, with our economy stagnating and our public services broken and unable to be the safety net that my constituents need. We on these benches were elected having promised change, and yesterday's budget delivered
that with a hugely welcome focus on investment to get our economy moving, setting the foundations for growth and beginning to fix our schools, our hospitals and our broken roads. And I have to say, listening to the contributions from the honourable members opposite, I was somewhat astonished to hear member after member talking about how they wish to see public services improved in their constituencies without willing any means to pay for it. And them, like the honourable member for Romford, seem to want European levels of public service on American levels of taxation. Well, I'm here to tell you that that isn't possible. But what we're achieving on this side of the chamber is European level public services, European level taxation, but European level taxation that is borne by those with the broadest shoulders and the best able to provide that level of taxation to keep our public services going. The Chancellor in her statement yesterday was absolutely right that we must grow our economy, and nowhere is this truer than in the Thames estuary where Dartford is situated, which has the potential to be one of the engines of growth for the UK, with 1.3 million new jobs, 1 million new homes and £190 billion worth of additional value added by 2050. I hope through this Parliament to work with MPs from across the House and the estuary region, as well as ministers, to make some real progress on this. And work is being done as we speak towards the establishment of an all-party parliamentary group on the Thames estuary to work with ministers on the fair growth agenda set out by the government-sponsored Thames Estuary Board. For those, and I'm sure it's a small number, who have followed my short parliamentary career to date, it will be of no surprise to learn that I believe a crucial part of investing in the estuary will be getting one key shovel-ready piece of infrastructure done, the Lower Thames crossing. We currently only have one road crossing over the Thames east of London, and that's at Dartford. A single point of failure that not only blocks crucial freight from moving across the country, but also makes the residents of Dartford's lives a misery as traffic gridlocks. This is one project that could begin very quickly with a planning process already undertaken and a delivery team in place. In short order, this would mean the creation of jobs across the local area and move us towards unlocking the largest bottleneck in the UK. And I look forward to working with the Chancellor and her colleagues across government to agree how we can get the finance in place to get this project started. Madam Deputy Speaker, Dartford is lucky to have a District General Hospital at Darrant Valley where the staff work with dedication every day to support our local population, but after 14 years of the Conservative government, waiting lists are far too high and the Accident Emergency Unit lacks the capacity to see people quickly. The latest figures indicate that more than 26,000 residents are waiting treatment and more than a third of them have been waiting for longer than 18 weeks. The announcement by the Chancellor of £25 billion over 2 years for the NHS to cut waiting times with extra elective appointments and capacity for additional procedures should begin to bring these waiting lists down. The recent Darcy report into the NHS highlighted how we need to be far more creative in how we keep people healthy in the long term, building prevention into the system. I hope that ministers will recognise that opportunities for people to get involved in community activities that help us lead more active, healthy lives are emphasised in this budget, and that much work is done to tackle health inequalities because these opportunities are not spread evenly across the country. And on the subject of prevention, I particularly welcome the proposal that the sugar tax should be reviewed so that its extension to milk drinks can be considered, and I'd wish to see that consideration extended to other products, including foods that are high in salt, fat and sugars. An obese nation, Madam Deputy Speaker, cannot be a healthy nation. I also want to touch on an area that's of personal importance to me. 6 years ago, my mother was diagnosed with dementia after her memory began to fail. And I am proud that thanks to the NHS, she herself got good quality of care and leads a high quality of life. But as a former Cabinet Member for Health in local government, working across the NHS and council boundaries, I know that this is very often not always the case. One thing that we could do do to make life better for those like my mother diagnosed with dementia is to do that diagnosis early and do it accurately. This means that it can be better managed with the right treatments, and those people diagnosed and their families can prepare for the care they need. I hope that ministers will use the extra investment to look at how we make this happen within the NHS. Dartford residents will welcome 2 other sets of critical measures in the Chancellor's speech. Like many colleagues across this House, I know from my many conversations with parents of children with special educational needs how inadequate and broken provision is, both across the UK and in Kent. On top of the significant increases for schools and further education, the new £1 billion announced yesterday will now add resources to the review of SEND announced by the Secretary of State for Education. I also want to welcome the steps the Chancellor has taken to tackle crime and making people feel safer on our streets. Across the country, our sense of security has been eroded with levels of antisocial behaviour and shoplifting far too high. This budget will put us on the road to delivering the manifesto pledge to boost visible neighbourhood policing with 13,000 more neighbourhood officers and PCSOs. And for too long we have tolerated, as other members have said, high levels of shoplifting in our town centres. Thanks to the effective immunity for low-value shoplifting introduced by the previous government, retailers and staff live in fear from individuals and organised gangs which target them. The additional funding to tackle this and provide more training to our police officers and our retailers will help stop shoplifting in its tracks. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's clear that the problems we've inherited from the previous government are substantial, but the budget has laid the foundations for us to begin to tackle them. Steps to boost public investment, to cut NHS waiting lists and to fix our schools will, I know, be warmly welcomed by Dartford residents and show that the new Labour government is on the path to delivering the change that our country voted for.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a great pleasure this afternoon listening to so many excellent maiden speeches from new colleagues on these benches. I'm really looking forward to hearing the remainder of maiden speeches that we have from the new intake, our fabulous new intake in this Parliament. This budget was about fixing the foundations. And just take a moment to think about that. Foundations, not fixing the country or fixing the economy, fixing the foundation. So what actually underpins our country is broken. In Leeds, prior to 2010, there was one food bank and no food pantries in the whole city of 800,000 people. Now, in my constituency, one of 8 constituencies in the city, our food banks and food pantries are in double figures. That is a failure, an economic failure, which we are going to fix. And I hope at the end of this term Parliament, we'll be closing food banks and food pantries because people no longer need them and not having to open new ones. There is nothing more foundational to this country than the National Health Service. And I'd like to thank the Chancellor, my neighbour, for her continued focus on the NHS. Service that means so much to everyone in this country. The £1 billion capital investment to address the backlog of repairs and upgrades to our outdated NHS infrastructure is a crucial step forward. I also want to acknowledge the £1.5 billion capital funding that will focus on increasing capacity on health service through new hospitals, surgical hubs, diagnostic tests and diagnostic centres. I'm particularly grateful to hear confirmation that the Health Secretary will be providing further details of the new hospital programme in the new year. With that in mind, I'd like to make a strong case for the prioritisation of the Leeds Teaching Hospitals NHS Trust Hospitals of the Future project. Leeds is home to one of the largest and busiest acute trusts in the country, treating over 1.6 million patients every year, including children's services, one of the largest centres for children and young people in the country, caring for over 250,000 children annually and supporting the birth of more than 8,000 babies. Despite the progress made by the Trust, they are facing significant operational challenges due to the outdated infrastructure they are working with. Some parts of the Leeds General Infirmary in my constituency date back to the Victorian era, and maintenance of such an old estate is an enormous financial strain, with backlog maintenance costs now exceeding £630 million. The previous government's delays in the National Hospital Programme have already added an extra £300 million in cost to the Trust. These challenges are not just financial. They directly impact our ability to deliver care for the people of Leeds. I've been to the Poynton building and see the 3 floors that are shut, and I know the Health Secretary has also visited. It is not acceptable. The Hospital of the Future project will create the Leeds Innovation Village, delivering £13 billion economic benefit and creating over 4,000 jobs, delivering part of that vision that Lord Darcy had. For every £1 invested, there will be a return of £12 in public benefit, both the NHS and the taxpayer. That's real efficiency, and that is real productivity in public services. Leeds is ready to deliver. The Trust has already secured outline business case approval, planning consent, has completed significant enabling works. The new hospital will be a net zero carbon building designed to meet the highest standards of sustainability and digital innovation. This will not only improve the quality of care, but will set a national benchmark for environmentally friendly and efficient healthcare infrastructure. So I urge my honourable neighbour, the Chancellor, right honourable neighbour, the Chancellor, and the Health Secretary to ensure that Leeds Hospitals of the Future project is given the priority it deserves in the upcoming review of the programme. Leeds is ready to go. We have the approval, we have the plans, we have the commitment. We just need the green light to get on with it. My constituency is also a very significant cultural centre, and earlier this year, under the last government, Michael Gove committed £5 million to National Poetry Centre. Unfortunately, it was £5 million he did not have. The National Poetry Centre will be cited by the University of Leeds in my constituency. Yesterday received the news that the funding of £5 million was under review, subject to consultation. I hope the Chancellor or a Treasury Minister, as I see there are a couple on the bench, can meet with me and the Poet Laureate, whose passion project this centre is, to ensure that this centre adds to our national cultural life. The British Library in the north is in my neighbouring constituency, Leeds South, just a few hundred yards from my own constituency, and it received a very similar news. So I hope that we can meet with the relevant ministers in both Treasury and DCMS to ensure these projects do not flounder under the false promises of the previous government. I'm also, as many other colleagues, really pleased about the funding commitment for special educational needs. I meet so many parents of special educational needs children who cannot even find a place in an appropriate school for the children, have to travel many miles to be able to get the education they deserve. The £1 billion funding promised yesterday, a 6% increase over inflation, will hopefully provide a new school or schools in Leeds for those children, new teachers, and I will no longer have to knock on doors and meet parents saying my child is not going to school because there is not an appropriate place in our city. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, devolution. Devolution has been a success, and I'm sure you'll agree, in West Yorkshire. We have seen our bus fares capped at £2, and I know the Mayor is committed to keeping that going. And we've had a huge increase in lifelong learning and the skills agenda. But Leeds is still the largest city in Europe without mass transit. It was great to hear the Chancellor yesterday recommit to that mass transit, and that the West Yorkshire will receive part of the integrated settlement in terms of delivering that. We've only had a mayor in West Yorkshire since 2021, but I understand from a letter that she has received that the West Yorkshire will be included in integrated settlement in 2026, 2 years ahead of schedule if you look at previous integrated settlements that were announced and the length of time those authorities have had a mayor. And I think that shows the exemplary leadership we have in West Yorkshire at parliamentary level, at local council level, and most of all at mayoral level with Tracy Brabin. So West Yorkshire is ready to deliver in transport, in health, in education, in all areas, and I know that my colleagues on the Treasury bench will be supporting us, and I'll be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Andy McNair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first of all, congratulations to all my colleagues who made wonderful, brilliant maiden speeches today. As always, I'm taken aback by the range of experience and expertise in this House. And I had planned to be very radical and speak very briefly, actually, about a few matters particular to the North West. But before I do that, I do feel I have to pick up on some issues raised by members opposite. First of all, I think it was the right honourable member from Maldon made what seemed to be an unequivocal statement that businesses facing increases in payroll only have two choices open to them: to reduce their workforce or increase prices. That is patently not true. Businesses increase payroll all the time for perfectly good business reasons. And we cannot be so reductionist, so simplistic in our analysis. Far more important for businesses is having the right infrastructure, having the skills in their workforce, having their workforce able to get good health care and good support, all the things that this budget will provide. We also heard another member opposite who wouldn't take an intervention using the tied analogy of household budgets to national budgets. They are not the same, and it is that rubbish that got us in this mess in the first place. And finally, several references to short-term growth forecasts, where members opposite seem to either be unaware or willfully ignoring the fact that there is a lag between good investment, good infrastructure investment, and meaningful sustained growth. The decisions we're taking now are long-term decisions, the sort of decisions that previous governments have ducked. They're the decisions that will deliver growth in the future, sustained growth, 4, 5, 6, 7 years in the future, that will make the real sustained difference to this country, not short-term sugar rush growth for political gain. So, back to what I was going to say. Really focusing particularly on the North West. Like much of the country outside the home counties, the North West was badly let down by the cuts and false promises of the previous government. So I'm particularly pleased that this budget will reverse that trend and start the process of rebuilding our infrastructure and public services. I'm particularly pleased to see the very significant commitment to Northern rail infrastructure, with commitments to fund the Trans-Pennine route upgrade. Our cities and towns across the north will be better connected, more frequent, with faster trains. I also welcome the recognition of the importance of local connectivity, with a commitment of £650 million to specifically fund local transport links outside the key city regions. I look forward to continuing to make the case for a commuter rail link from Rosendale to Manchester in this context. I'm also delighted to see our government's commitment to properly funded local growth deals and town funds, with both Darwin and Rottenstall set to benefit from £20 million over 10 years. I'll be excited to work with local leaders to develop innovative implementation plans, and going forward I look forward to developing ambitious regional growth investment plans that look to unlock the true potential of our area. And another hugely important aspect of this budget is the move towards integrated settlements for mayoral combined authorities. This will truly move decision-making away from the centre, end that command and control mindset, and put power in the hands of local leaders and communities who know our area so much better than officials in Whitehall. This approach has the potential to bring transformational change to our region and deliver both greater value for money and better outcomes for our residents. Now, whilst Lancashire is not currently in a position to receive the sort of settlement this budget should be a signal to council leaders and other key stakeholders in the county of the huge opportunity that exists for Lancashire. If we can all work together to get a devolution structure in place, I look forward to continuing to work with the government and local leaders to grasp this opportunity and put Lancashire back into the fast lane. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the average income in Rosendale and Darwin much lower than the standard throughout the UK and even in the North West, I wholeheartedly welcome the rise in the national living wage that the Chancellor has introduced. It will mean a £1,400 pay rise for many of my constituents, a rise that can make a truly significant difference to people's day-to-day lives. Taken together, I'm delighted to see how these measures in this budget start the process of real and sustained change for the North West. But I'm very much aware this is simply the start of the process, and I look forward to future budgets to come.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's Halloween this evening, so I thought I'd come as the most scariest thing I could think of today, so I'm wearing a blue tie. But no, seriously, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this important debate. And may I take the opportunity to thank the Chancellor and the Treasury team, including the Minister that's here today, for the incredible amount of hard work they have put into it.
As a former councillor who served on a council which was Labour-controlled for 9 of the 14 years of Conservative government-imposed austerity, I know the huge challenges to put forward a progressive budget, a forward-thinking budget, and a budget with hope at the same time as dealing with a gaping black hole in finances. However, as I often paid tribute to Harlow Council's finance lead, former councillor Mike Danvers, for balancing their books as well as protecting services and staff during those difficult times, something that the Conservative administration which followed were unable to do, I congratulate the Chancellor and her team on frankly performing a miracle with the budget they are presenting to the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Labour government was elected on a manifesto that put economic growth at the stability of its heart, recognising that anything else would continue the reckless legacy of the previous government, and this budget does just that. We were elected as a government to make tough decisions, and we've shown already that we will not shy away from those tough decisions. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we were elected on a manifesto which should focus on fixing the foundations of our NHS, and I'm pleased that we have a budget that will allow the Secretary of State of Health and Social Care to do just that. This government is providing an additional £22.6 billion of resources to the NHS, delivering 40,000 elective appointments a week to make progress towards a commitment that patients expect to wait no longer than 18 weeks from referral to consultant-led treatment, a reality. Capital investment in public services, including £1.5 million to deliver capacity for more than 30,000 NHS procedures, over 1.25 million more diagnostic tests and new beds across the NHS. £1 billion to reduce the backlog of crucial NHS maintenance, repairs and upgrades, investing £1.4 billion to help rebuild our schools, £1.2 billion to deliver extra prison spaces, £500 million to invest in local roads and deal with the dreaded potholes which we will all be aware of, and £1 billion in new funding for extending the Household Support Fund. However, you will be unsurprised to know, as the new chair of the APP for Young Carers, although the carers allowance doesn't get paid to young carers, I would really welcome the carers allowance weekly earnings limit being raised and improve financial security for carers to support them into work or more hours if they choose. 16 hours a week or £196 a week, a raise of £45. And actually, it was with real delight that I was actually messaged by a friend of mine who suffers from cerebral palsy, and to talk about the massive difference that was going to make to his family. He's going to buy me a pint, apparently, but he also pointed out that pint will cost less.
My friend, give way.
I will give way.
You gave a long list of achievements of this budget, but you neglected to mention that the Labour Party has taken 1 penny off the pint of beer.
I've really cut down on my drinking now, so it doesn't help me as much as perhaps you would have done in the past. But I'm delighted that we've done that, and the many achievements that we've put out yesterday. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, to finish, this is just the start. We know to rebuild our economy, to rebuild our public service, to rebuild our country, it will take time. But I know, and this budget only goes to confirm it, that under this Labour government we have the leadership and the will to make life better for everyone in our society, and not just the privileged few.
I call Shadow Minister Gareth Davies.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if you'll indulge me, I'd like to first start my remarks by paying tribute and thanking my right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, for his service on our front bench. I had the pleasure of serving him as PPS and then as Exchequer Secretary in Government. We worked very closely together, and if I may say, there are very few people that match his ability, but also his decency, and I thank him for that. This debate has also had a number of excellent contributions. I'll come on to the maiden speeches in a moment, but my honourable friend for North Cotswolds and the chair of our Public Accounts Committee made important points about the pension fund industry and the importance of getting them to invest in infrastructure, something that we worked on very hard in government. My right honourable friend for Maldon rightly pointed out and highlighted the impact of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, which has undoubtedly had a massive impact on our economy, but we were showing the signs of recovery, as he knows and pointed out. My honourable friend for East Grinstead and Uckfield quite rightly pointed out the new tax on education, and in particular the impact on displaced children, which I appreciated. My right honourable friend for Harwich and North Essex gave a great speech, firstly highlighting the importance of pubs in the hospitality industry, but then the importance of broader enterprise to our economy. My old friend for Epping Forest, as usual, made some excellent points about the importance of farming as a vet, and in particular the devastating impact on family farms. And finally, my honourable friend for Romford made some excellent remarks, not least about Margaret Thatcher, but in particular about the private sector investment and the importance to our economy. These all followed and were part of a debate that saw some excellent maiden speeches, if I may say. Firstly, the member for Worcester, who as an engineer will bring great talent and experience to this House. He was right to highlight the importance of innovation in our economy, and I personally appreciated his comments about his predecessor, who worked very hard for the people of Worcester, and I'm sure he will do too. The Honourable Lady for Dagenham and Rainham made an excellent speech about her home and comes to this place not just as a local MP, but as a strong advocate for workers throughout that constituency, and I wish her well. The Honourable Gentleman for Livingston is the constituency MP of the home of one of my favourite drinks. Scottish whisky is one of our great exports, and I wish him well championing that sector as well as his constituents. And finally, the Honourable Lady for Ribble Valley painted a wonderful picture of her constituency. Her dad clearly made a very good decision in raising his family there, and if I may say, he would be extremely proud of what she has achieved. But I feel like she's only just getting started. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to today's subject, which has been titled by the government as Fixing the Foundations, but frankly I think if the OBR were titling this debate they'd call it Breaking the Foundations, because in just 1 hour Labour have broken our economic fundamentals, Labour have broken trust with the British people, and Labour have broken the spirit of aspiration and opportunity, which they will never understand or accept is the true foundation of growth in our economy. Yeah. Our country has woken up this morning to a new but darker dawn, with fear and a feeling of betrayal. They have woken up to a number of headlines I'm not sure the Chancellor was expecting or hoping for. Just to name a few: Halloween horror show, a 40 billion tax bombshell for Britain's strivers, things can only get better, which I particularly liked, and even The Guardian laments the return of Labour's tax and spend. It is indeed a budget that has broken our economic fundamentals. They've performed their biggest U-turn yet and reversed our economic recovery. Let us never forget, they inherited the fastest growth in the G7, inflation at target, and a deficit which is half what we inherited from them. Their first act was to spook consumer and business confidence, which fell more sharply than at any time since the pandemic. And now we see those worst fears being realised. Across almost every conceivable metric, the latest figures on our economy make for grim reading, even for Halloween. The highest tax burden in history. Debt up, rising as a share of GDP in every year of the forecast. And debt interest payments above 100 billion in every year of the forecast. That's the first time that's ever happened. The OBR say that inflation will be higher, interest rates will be higher for longer, mortgage rates will be revised up, gilt rates are today soaring, real household incomes declining, and employment will undoubtedly, anybody who's run a business will tell you, undoubtedly will be down. And for what? Unbelievably, and perhaps most humiliatingly, growth, the number one pledge and priority for this Chancellor, has been downgraded as a result of this budget by the OBR. They used to talk about pulling the growth lever, but they've gone and pulled us into reverse. It's unbelievable. Secondly, Labour have also broken trust with the British people. They promised they wouldn't raise national insurance. This budget increases it by £25 billion. They promised their plans were fully funded, but now the OBR calls this budget the largest increase of borrowing as a result of policies in nearly 3 decades. They promised they wouldn't fiddle the fiscal rules, and they've done just that to fund their borrowing spree. They promised they would crowd in private sector investment. The OBR now says that it is being crowded out by this budget. They promised to boost business investment, and the OBR says it will now fall. They promised to cut energy bills by £300. We've questioned them countless times. The OBR now says that we will experience higher gas prices and higher electricity prices. And to justify all of this, they concocted a fictitious black hole which the OBR yesterday has refused to endorse. Richard Hughes, let me quote this to them because I think it's important. We clear this up once and for all. Richard Hughes of the OBR himself was directly addressed and asked this question live on television. He said, "Nothing in our review was a legitimisation of that £22 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody believes it. Nobody's backing it up. Finally, Labour have broken the spirit of aspiration, which, as I said, is the true foundation of growth. We on this House, on this side of the House, recognise that it is the British people and British businesses who drive growth and prosperity in our country, not the government, and certainly not this Labour government. Because this budget said to Britain, if you want to invest, to expand, to take risks, to innovate, if you want to build a better life for yourself and your children, Labour won't back you. They'll tax you. Far from fixing the foundations, this is a budget of broken promises, a budget of betrayal, a budget that will set us back, push us down and kill aspiration, a budget for which the public will never forget and never forgive.
Minister James Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I also thank my right honourable friend, the member for Wolverhampton South East, for opening this debate today and so clearly reminding us of the state in which the Conservatives left our country. As many members have rightly made clear today, yesterday's budget made choices about the future of our country. Not just, as we got used to under the last government, choices to get through the next few months until the next fiscal event, but choices, sometimes difficult choices, about the long-term future of the UK economy and the public finances. The Chancellor's budget honoured our manifesto commitments by restoring economic stability, fixing the public finances and boosting long-term sustainable investment in our country. The first budget of this new government turned the page on the last 14 years of chaos and decline. This budget is a generational event to fix the foundations so that we can deliver the change that the people of this country voted for. This budget begins to address the urgent pressures that our NHS, our schools, our police and our borders are under. But this budget is not just about the coming year, nor even the whole of this Parliament. It is about making the right long-term decisions to create opportunities for people throughout the country, to put more money in people's pockets and to begin a decade of national renewal. Madam Deputy Speaker,
I thank the Minister for giving way. He's very generous. On choices, could the Minister comment on the fact the cost of borrowing is soaring after this tax-raising Labour budget of broken promises, and that the party opposite have talked about a crashed economy whilst now presiding over their own low growth, slow growth, car crash and are living in denial themselves?
Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we won't comment on market movements, the Chancellor has outlined yesterday 2 new robust fiscal rules, which are the bedrock of stability on which this budget is built. They will put the public finances on a sustainable path and prioritise investment to support long-term growth. The current budget is in surplus by £9.9 billion in 2029-30, with net financial debt falling in 29-30 with headroom of £15.7 billion. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we went into the election in July, the first steps that we promised to the British people opened with these 3 words: deliver economic stability. And as the Chancellor confirmed yesterday, our first fiscal rule is the stability rule, which means that we will bring the current budget into balance so that day-to-day spending is met with tax receipts. No more borrowing for day-to-day spending. No more living beyond our means. No more papering over the cracks. Our tough new stability rule means that British people, businesses and the markets can all see the fiscal responsibility that will underpin every decision we take in government. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor is clear that taking the tough decisions needed to deliver stability is not always easy. The previous government ducked the difficult decisions. They made promise after promise to the British people that they knew they could never afford. Our stability rule offers a different approach. Meeting it means we needed to raise taxes, but we have been clear that we will protect working people. And that is why the budget does not increase income tax or national insurance contributions that working people see on their pay slips. Instead, we are balancing the books in a fair way. That does not always mean decisions are easy, far from it. But it is also right that before considering any changes to taxes, we need to make sure everyone pays the tax they owe by closing the tax gap. Now that is why, as the Chancellor set out yesterday, we will deliver the most ambitious package to close the tax gap that this country has ever seen. Alongside a series of policy changes set out in the budget documents, by 2029-30, HMRC would have recruited 5,000 additional compliance officers and funded 1,800 additional debt management staff, which together will mean £6.5 billion in additional tax revenue to pay for the country's priorities before we make a single change to a tax rate or threshold. And beyond that crucial work to close the tax gap, the budget confirms we will implement our manifesto promises, including to abolish the non-dom tax loophole, which the OBR says will raise £12.7 billion over the forecast period. We will end the VAT exemption of business rates relief for private schools, which the OBR confirms will raise £1.8 billion a year by 2029-30. And as of today, we have increased stamp duty land tax surcharge on second homes to 5%, helping more than 130,000 people to buy their first home or move home over the next 5 years, whilst raising £310 million a year by 2029-30 to support public services. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know honourable members have raised questions about some of the other tax changes announced in the budget, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to respond today. In particular, I would like to address the changes we have made to inheritance tax, and specifically the reforms to agricultural property relief. Now, I realise that people may be concerned about the impact on family farms, and so I would like to make clear some of the facts of how the reforms to this relief will work. The main rate of agricultural property relief on all assets was set at 50% until 1992, at which point it was raised to 100% just before the election that year. Let me be clear, these reforms still provide a very significant level of relief to protect family farms. The Chancellor confirmed yesterday that the first £1 million of combined business and agricultural assets will continue to receive 100% relief in most circumstances. Assets above £1 million would attract a 50% relief, equal to the pre-1992 rate, which means that they will pay inheritance tax at a rate of 20% instead of 40%. Our reforms, in a tough fiscal context, still leave the relief as being far more generous than it has been in the past. And it's important to note that agricultural and business property relief is in addition to the nil rate bans and other exemptions, such as for transfers between spouses and civil partners and the rules around gifts. Indeed, the National Farmers Union Director of Strategy has highlighted that these other features of the tax system are important. He said just today that APR is not the be-all and end-all for passing on farms on death. Indeed, these exemptions mean that if someone has no other assets and is passing on to a direct descendant, then a farm or farming business worth up to £2 million can be passed on without paying any inheritance tax at all. Furthermore, for those who are liable for a charge, they can, in most circumstances, pay any liability over 10 annual instalments. Let me also be clear about the data on agricultural property relief. The total value of a farm should not be confused with the value being passed on at death. Multiple family members can own part of a farm. For example, an individual jointly owning a farm worth £3 million with their partner means only £1.5 million is in their estate at death. In 2021-22, the most recent year for which data is available, The median value of assets qualifying for APR was £486,000. 3/4 of estates claimed for assets below £1 million, so will continue to pay no inheritance tax at all. Just 463 claims were for agricultural assets over £1 million, 27% of all claims. The largest assets, those worth over £2.5 million, related to just 7% of claims for APR. This data is all published openly on gov.uk for everyone to see, and I would encourage people to investigate it. Yes, I will.
Odd to introduce a new tax and then to defend it on the basis that very few people are going to pay it. Why is he so confident it's going to yield anything recognisable in terms of a contribution to the public finances? Because, of course, the few landowners who will be caught by this will be making other arrangements to make sure that they avoid it, particularly the very large landowners.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for acknowledging that the impact of these changes is limited and targeted. It's an important point to make. And in fact, he's led me on to my concluding point of this section of my speech, which is to point out that the decision that we have taken to retain APR, but to limit its generosity for the top quarter or so of assets, is the right approach to fixing the public finances whilst also protecting family farms. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've set out some of the detail about how we are restoring stability and responsibility to the public finances, meeting our first fiscal rule, the stability rule. As the Chancellor set out yesterday, this rule is accompanied by another, the investment rule, which makes sure that debt is falling as a share of the economy. Now, debt is measured as net financial debt, a statistic measured by the Office of National Statistics since 2016 and forecast by the OBR since then too. It recognises that government investment can deliver returns for the taxpayer by counting not just the liabilities on our balance sheet, but our financial assets too. This new approach provides space to deliver the step change in investment that our country needs, within a strong fiscal framework that puts the public finances on a sustainable path. And to drive investment further still, the Corporate Tax Roadmap, which we published yesterday, commits us to providing the best environment for businesses through a predictable, stable tax system. It caps the headline rate of corporation tax at 25%, the lowest in the G7. It maintains our world-leading capital allowances system, including permanent full expensing and a £1 million annual investment allowance, and it maintains our generous R&D reliefs so that the most innovative companies can invest in the long-term future of our country. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I close my remarks, I would like to thank all the other honourable members for their contributions today. And it is a pleasure to still be hearing maiden speeches so far into this Parliament. I found the honourable member for Worcester's speech truly uplifting as he spoke about what he drew from the past of his constituency, the promise of the future, but most importantly, the people who he represents and the inspiration that they give him. And I thank him for bringing some of that uplifting inspiration to the Chamber today. I thoroughly enjoyed the maiden speech by the honourable member for Dagenham and Rainham, and I think everyone in this Chamber will have immediately felt the connection that she has to her constituency and the people she represents. And may I say personally, having formerly been a Deputy Mayor for Housing in London, her emphasis on the history and the future of affordable housing was one that particularly was close to my heart. The honourable member for Livingston spoke passionately about his constituency too, and I think perfectly articulated the strength of our union in the UK, balanced with the strength of our national identities in Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland. I thought he encapsulated that so perfectly in his speech. I will be looking at Hansard to remember his phrasing afterward. And finally, the honourable member for Ribble Valley. Her maiden speech, I think, touched all of us as she spoke about her late father, who I'm sure would be incredibly proud of what she has achieved. And I thank her very much for sharing that close personal story with us today. We also heard from the honourable member for Carshalton and Wallington, whose maiden speech I believe I heard last time I was at this dispatch box. I think was he trying to claim, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the change in fiscal rules was his campaign win during his speech? I'm pretty sure it was the member for Leeds West and Pudsey who came up with the idea. But nonetheless, I thank him for his contribution and look forward to seeing him at the Treasury Select Committee as a member there. I'd like to thank also the member for Leeds Central and Headingley for acknowledging the importance of working with our mayors across the country, including the excellent mayor of West Yorkshire. And I'd like to briefly address 2 points made on the opposition benches, one by the honourable member for North Cotswolds, who spoke about the idea of a pensions review. I think it's an excellent idea to have a pensions review, and I'm very glad that the government announced one back in August. The Chancellor announced a landmark pensions review, which is looking at how to boost investment and to increase pension pots. It will set out how billions of pounds of investment could be unlocked from defined contribution pension schemes, and how pension pots themselves in defined contribution schemes could be boosted by up to £11,000. I hope he will look at this review, and we welcome a discussion with him on that in due course. And finally, the honourable member for North East Fife, who spoke about the Scotch whisky industry. I understand that members of that industry may not have welcomed everything in the budget, to put it mildly, but I think I want to be clear that we feel the overall package on alcohol balances commercial pressures on alcohol industry with a need to raise revenue. Of course, 90% of whisky is exported, so there is no duty due on that. But we've also looked to support the Scotch whisky industry by reducing fees for geographical verification, which will be specific support that I hope will help the Scotch whisky industry in the years ahead. And Madam Deputy Speaker, today's debate has brought to the surface a stark difference between this side of the chamber and the other. The Conservatives have made clear yet again that they are unable to take responsibility for the state of the country as they left it. In contrast, Labour's first budget makes clear that above all else, we are taking the difficult and responsible decisions to fix the mess they made. We know there are no shortcuts. We are realistic about that. But our budget is the budget our country needs. It is a budget to restore economic stability whilst protecting working people, to fix the foundations and fix the NHS, to invest in the future and to rebuild Britain, and I commend it to the House.
I beg to move that this debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Debate to be resumed what day?
Monday, 4th November.
Monday, 4th of November. We now come to the adjournment debate, which I will give a moment for the front benches to change over and the House to settle.